release me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Speak low, stand in your row, try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow way down below. Oh, it's a lot of woe, and that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you now to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true, 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 true,
Good morning, everyone. How are you? I hope everyone had a fantastic 3-day weekend, caught up on some sleep, caught up on some fun, all the things. Myself, I had a very good 3-day weekend. If you missed it, Allie and I did the final commentary live over Letitia Stauch's calls from the Colorado Denver Women's Correctional in Colorado. The calls are done. They are over. Finito, the end. Also, I suffered a pedicure accident on Sunday. I said, I need a little self-care. I'm going to do my toes. And I got a little too rough and cut my big toe. Pretty bad. Like I thought, oh my God, I might actually need a stitch, but I don't. I'm fine. It just hurt real bad. And I'm a little embarrassed. But my toes look great. All right. So let me say good morning to you guys, and then we'll get started because they've already started court. And I'll explain a little bit about what's going on, and then we'll just get into the live feed. You ready? All right, here we go. Good morning, Jen and Jonah. Good morning, Sarah. Good morning, Sprinkled Donut. I'm so glad you fixed your issue with the notifications. Crime Crochet and Coiffe. Good to see you. Creative Minds. Good morning, Violet. Hey, babe. Good morning, you guys. All right, so where we ended last week, the state has officially rested their case. Judge Everett, at the end of Friday, was like, hey, defense, what y'all got planned? The defense is like, we want to reserve our right. We don't want to talk about it. So now they're talking about it. So, okay, now the state has officially rested. The first thing we're going to watch is the defense is going to make a motion for a judgment of acquittal. But this happens every single trial. It ain't no big deal. They're probably not going to get it. I think they have more than proven their case. Good morning, Tess. Good to see you, babe. They've more than proven their case, but let's let them try anyway. Now, the big question on everybody's mind, including a girl, will Donna Adelson testify? So the only time I ever think it's a good idea, I never think it's a good idea. Let me be clear. I never think it is a good idea for the defense or the defendant to take the stand. It never works out. I shouldn't say never. Very rarely does it work out. The only time it's beneficial and the jury kind of really expects it is in a self-defense trial, or if you're Lori and you get up in front of them and you say the state has this whole thing wrong, this is a family tragedy, but then you never present any evidence that it's a family tragedy other than you just getting up and making an opening statement. That's also bad business. But anyway, I honestly don't know if Donna's going to testify. I really don't. I think she was leaning towards it. I think she thought that she might have a chance to sway the jury and explain to them her defense, which is what I call the shaggy, it wasn't me defense, because, we'll have to see. All right. Hey, Kelly, good to see you, babe. Oh, Crime Crochet and Coiffe says, I didn't even start following this case until last week. My bestie was like, girl, are you crazy? How have you not been following this case? She sent me a ton of videos and now I'm all caught up. Fantastic. And you could have watched anywhere, but you're choosing to watch here. And I appreciate that. Okay. So Crime Crochet says, y'all for real, Wendy? Like, seriously, I'm baffled that she is still free. All right. She is still free, in my opinion, but it's temporary. They wanted her to testify in Charlie's trial. She did. They wanted her to testify in Donna's trial. She did. Wendy is next. I think in this trial alone, just by itself, Georgia Kappelman has dropped more crumbs that Wendy is next than ever. I do believe that Wendy is next. Hey, let me say good morning to hey, Lakeisha, how you doing, babe? Am I saying that right? Is it Lakeisha or Lakeisha? Good to see you, babe. All right. Are you ready? Okay. Let's go. What's happening? Why is it frozen? There's Donna. Oh, dear. Donna, what is your outfit of the day, ma'am? Are you wearing the it wasn't me, I'm just a sweet old granny blazer? Is that what's happening? Hold on. All right. Let's get into it. Here we go.
Sidebar actually addressed one of the motions that I was going to make. With respect to the state's case, at this point in time, the defense would move for judgment of acquittal. The state's indicted Mrs. Adelson on 3 counts: first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. All 3 charges, obviously, of the indictment require that the state present evidence that Mrs. Adelson intended for Mr. Markel to be killed. However, as this court is aware, judgment of acquittal should rarely be granted on the issue of intent. However, the remaining issues are different. Specifically, whether the evidence lends itself to a finding that Donna Adelson was a principal to first-degree murder, whether she conspired for Mr. Markel to be killed, or she solicited another to kill Markel. To go through this briefly, Your Honor, To prove the count one, the state has to establish, obviously in the light most favorable to the state, the evidence would have to support a finding that Mr. Markel is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Mrs. Adelson, and there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel. Since there's no evidence that Donna Adelson...
I mean, are you watching the same trial we're watching? Because, bro, she is. And I think personally, the state has more than proven their case. I was concerned up until the very end of the wiretaps and the calls. Okay. So that call that she didn't realize was disconnected and she didn't hang up. Okay. Or it got disconnected, but she didn't push end call. I guess she thought that it would just drop the call. And it recorded her conversation after the fact. Girl, you was fleeing. You was going to Vietnam. You knew what you were doing. You knew they were coming for you. You knew you were next. That's it. That's all. Kelly said, Jen Lou, I just want you to know I left an Auntie Deb's to be here with you all. That is tough. But I'm glad you have no regrets. Here's the deal. I love Auntie Deb. Absolutely adore Auntie Deb. I love that channel. I'm in there all the time. I might not always speak, but I do watch. Auntie Deb cracks me up. All right. She's guilty of all these things. And that call after Charlie's guilty verdict. So Charlie was found guilty on November 6th, 2023. On November 7th is when that call took place at the jail. At the end of the day, bro, you knew that they were coming for you and that y'all were next. And you probably thought it was not just you, but also Harvey. And that's why y'all were fleeing. That's why when they arrested you, when they went to arrest you, they tried to get your phone out of your hand and you snatched it away. Ridiculous. All right, here we go.
Adelson herself committed the crime. You have to look at the principal instruction. Principal instruction requires that in the light most favorable to the state at this stage of the trial, that there is competent evidence that Donna Adelson helped somebody else or other persons commit the crime, specifically that she intended the crime to occur, and I think we go back to the initial statement I made about intent, but also that she did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime.
Okay, and let me tell you how the state has already proven that. Charlie was not aware of Dan Markel's schedule. He didn't know where that he was leaving town the next day or was supposed to be leaving town. Charlie didn't actually, even on the first trip, Charlie didn't actually know Dan Markel's schedule, what he did day to day, but Wendy did, and so did Donna. So how did the hitman know? Because it came from Donna. And how did Donna know? Because it came from Wendy. Stop playing.
And for this, I think it's important that we look at how that is defined. And the most recent case on the issue where it was discussed at length is Denise Williams. And the Williams case, the first DCA, focused on what was done the day of. So in this case, it would be July 18th of 2014. And the site for the Williams case is 314 Southern 3rd, 775. It's the first DCA from 21. It's our position, Your Honor, that there's no evidence that Donna Adelson did some act or said something that was...
Yeah, it's your position, and your position is incorrect. I'm going to speed this part up just a little bit. We'll still be able to totally understand it, but I'm going to get into the trial, but I want to hear the judge strike this down. So but I have to pause for fair use. So let's keep going. I'll just speed it up.
Intended to, and that to incite, cause, encourage, assist, advise, or advise the other person or persons to commit the crime. And as Williams indicated, you have to focus on what Mrs. Adelson did on July 18th of 2014. Williams' decision says proof of conspiracy alone is not enough. And so, in the light most favorable to the state, let's go through briefly what the evidence reflects. Dan Markel was killed by Sigfredo Garcia, who was driven to and from the scene by Luis Rivera on July 18th of 2014. Both of them were solicited by Katherine Magbanua to drive from South Florida to Tallahassee. Luis Rivera testified that they were hired by the Wendy lady to get her kids back. Luis Rivera testified that he saw that Sigfredo Garcia had a picture of Markel with some writing which he believed to be an address. They made 2 trips to Tallahassee. During both of those trips, according to Mr. Lacoste, Wendy Adelson acted extremely anxious and exhibited odd behavior. At the time of both of those trips, Mr. Lacoste was scheduled to be heading out of town, and he drove a vehicle that looked similar to the ones rented by the shooter. There's no evidence that my client ever spoke with Katherine Magbanua, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera.
Your client did speak, however, with Charles Adelson in the chain of communications. I believe the state's wording was the train cars.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to get to that.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The evidence, the undisputed evidence, is that Charlie Adelson kept stacks of stapled cash in his house. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson did the same. The evidence also reflects that Charlie Adelson had a safe the size of a refrigerator. There's no evidence that Donna Adelson had a similarly large safe. Before Mr. Markel was murdered, Wendy Adelson told Jeff Lacoste that the only way she could leave Tallahassee is if something happened to Mr. Markel. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson was aware of the statement made by Wendy Adelson. And there is no evidence that she also agreed that there was no way that Wendy Adelson could leave Tallahassee unless something happened to Dan Markel. Before Mr. Markel was murdered, Wendy Adelson told Mr. Lacoste that Charlie looked into hiring a hitman in the summer of 2013 after relocation was denied. There is no statement in evidence whatsoever that Donna Adelson was either aware of that, said or did anything to encourage that or incite that. There's also no evidence that had been admitted that Donna Adelson was aware of the claim, that Charlie Adelson had actually looked into that. And additionally, before Mr. Markel was murdered, whenever Charlie was on the phone with his mother, he would walk out of the house to speak with his mother on the phone when Katherine Magbanua was there. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Katherine Magbanua went to Charlie's house. Charlie, according to the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, Charlie told her that his parents had just left. I rewatched her testimony over the weekend. During her testimony, she did not say that Charlie said anything at that point about his parents leaving money at the house. She testified that she woke up the next morning and Charlie said he had put the money in the trunk. She then left and tried to locate Sigfredo Garcia. She testified that when she got the money back later that day or the following day, the money was stapled together. Her testimony was pretty clear. She said a couple days later, I'm pretty sure I contacted him and asked him why the money was wet. She did not say that she did. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson followed her daughter's instructions and used the last name Adelson for her grandchildren. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson conveyed the message from their family attorney, Weinstein, to Rob Adelson to not talk to the cops. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson wrote checks from Charlie Adelson's business account to Katherine Magbanua at Charlie's instruction. The evidence that has been admitted reflects that that business belonged to Charlie from 2012 to 2020. As this court knows, being a manager of an LLC is not the same as being an owner. After Mr. Markel was murdered and the bump happened, Donna Adelson begged the undercover to go to the cops and tell them what he knew. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Charlie kept up the lie that he told Donna Adelson when discussing the arrests of Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. Now, the only way, it is our position, the only way that the state overcomes counts 1 and 3 is by improper stacking of influences. They have evidence that Donna Adelson allegedly hated Mr. Markel. The evidence is that Donna Adelson didn't like how Dan Markel treated Wendy. The evidence reflects that from 2012 to 2013, according to the emails from Donna Adelson, a non-negotiable was relocation. However, after July 31st of 2013, there has been no evidence admitted in this trial that Donna Adelson said or did anything to convey the message that she would do anything for Wendy and the children to move to South Florida. There's no mention.
As to the argument about inferences, however, inferences plus a confession, and you're saying the state has not met its burden?
Judge, I'm getting to that.
Please do.
There's no evidence that she solicited anyone to murder Markel aside from these assumptions. The emails, the text messages, the testimony. No one has said that my client solicited anybody to commit murder. The evidence reflects that Donna Adelson vented to Charlie Adelson about how Markel treated Wendy. But as I said, there's no evidence aside from assumption that she went a step further. The state has submitted the July 17, 2013 email to her parents' shared account, and one of her parents responded, "Wow." The evidence also reflects that had it been Donna Adelson that responded, all the other email correspondence that's been admitted reflects that she would have sent something much longer. But even if she did know it, the motion itself, and I would ask the court to take a look at the prayer for relief in that grandmother motion, it was not to prevent Donna Adelson spending time with the boys. It was to spend, or unsupervised, it was to prevent her from spending time with the boys in contravention of the right of first refusal, not to prohibit any unsupervised contact. So even if the court were to find that in the light most favorable to the state that my client was aware that the grandmother motion was filed, the relief that the state believes was sought is not what was sought in the motion. As to the alleged confession, Your Honor, what the confession, as I heard it, was that she wrote the checks. She paid the money after.
I think we'll get the court reporter to read it if need be, but go ahead, please finish.
What she did after the murder is not evidence of her intent prior to the murder. And that's what Williams talks about. What evidence is there in the light most favorable to the state that prior to the murder, Mrs. Adelson did something? I think that if we were before the court on a different charge and the statute of limitations had not expired on it, that the situation might be different. But we're here for principle to first degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation. Venting about how somebody's treating their daughter is not the same as asking somebody to have them killed. The evidence reflects that, I know that the state's argument or belief is that the birthday gift is a murder. The birthday gift, the evidence reflects, was the party and the caterer. You have to make an inference, on top of another inference, that the birthday gift was murder. So focusing on what evidence exists as to my client's statements and actions prior to the murder actually happening. According to Williams, judgment of acquittal is appropriate on count one.
Concerning Williams specifically, was there evidence of consciousness of guilt admitted against the defendant in the same way it's been in this trial?
In Williams?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
So in addition to any circumstantial evidence, any inference, we also have in this record the defendant allegedly making a confession, suborning perjury, and attempting to flee. As to those pieces of evidence linking up with the others, what is your argument?
Well, Your Honor, I think Williams speaks to the fact that there's even more evidence. Williams, you had the co-conspirator testifying directly that Miss Williams was involved in the planning, but she wasn't involved in the execution. All of those, the after-the-fact things, yes, it might be relevant to consciousness of guilt. However, it doesn't overcome the absence of evidence as to what Donna Adelson did on July 18th of 2014. That's what Williams speaks to.
And you are disputing that she dropped off any money to Charles Adelson on that date as payment to the trigger fund?
What I'm saying is that there's no evidence that she knew on July 18th. In the light most favorable to the state, obviously I disagree ultimately that that's what happened, but in the light most favorable to the state, which is the standard that we're applying here today, there has to be that next step, that she knew what it was for. And there's no evidence that she did. As a result, Your Honor, we're asking that the court grant judgment of acquittal on counts 1 and count 3.
Response from the state.
In considering this JOA argument as to whether there is sufficient evidence for this defendant to be a principal to the charges, the state first wants to point out the emails in this case that detail the defendant's hate for Dan Markel and her motive. If he's out of the picture, then Wendy and the grandsons can come to live in Miami where she is, and she was the person who benefited most from this crime by them being able to do that. We also heard from Luis Rivera. He said that he and Garcia followed Dan Markel's car from his home to the daycare to the gym the day of the murder and had surveilled Dan Markel's comings and goings from the park outside of Trescott Drive in the month before and the weekend of the murder. We also saw on the defendant's planner where in 2014 she had the year, make, model of Dan Markel's car as well as his license plate. We also heard from Katherine Magbanua. She said that Charles Adelson said that his parents had just been at his house the night of the murder when she arrived, and then also told her his mom had washed the money. This was the same money that was provided to the killers and that Magbanua found was wet. That testimony was corroborated by phone evidence showing that the defendant stopped at Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. We saw the text message from her saying she's outside his house, and that was during the short stretch of highway where she has 1 hour unaccounted for on her drive, when the rest of her drive she was able to accomplish within the estimated time that the mapping software would think that she would have. We also heard from Rob Adelson and heard that she told him not to talk to the FBI, and when he let her know that he already had, she said, well, you don't know anything anyway. She also had a complete lack of curiosity about what happened, according to him, and said that, I don't know and I don't care what happened, it's not my concern. We saw from the evidence that this defendant had an access to a large amount of cash, kept her cash in a safe, and that it was very common for she and Charlie Adelson to transfer cash back and forth to each other. We saw that she signed 44 checks to Katherine Magbanua from Adelson Institute over the course of 2 years. This is despite the fact that Charlie Adelson had signing authority there. He could have done it himself if it was just him acting alone here. We also heard that in 2015, Harvey Adelson bought Adelson Institute back from Charlie Adelson, and we saw on the summary of the checks where roughly half the checks written to Katherine Magbanua were written from fall of 2015 to spring of 2016, where Harvey Adelson would have been back as one of the primaries in the business. Donna Adelson, we also saw from the bump video, she was handed an article with Danny's picture about the murder. And she calls her son. He's the first call that she makes, and she tells Charlie specifically that this involves the both of us and that it involves the two of us when she's talking about the article that she was handed about Dan Markel's murder. So while there is a lot of circumstantial evidence and inferences in this case, there is also direct evidence, and the state argues that her admission that after being handed an article about the murder that it involves both of us and it involves the two of us to Charlie Adelson is direct evidence and an admission of guilt in this case. And she also tells Charlie Adelson the TV costs $5, or this TV is about $5. And that's the same TV that's referenced that Charlie Adelson bought instead of hiring a hitman, and that Wendy's family, that her mother helped set up as part of her alibi and emailed Wendy about that day after the appointment was made by her father. When the wire took place, she and Charlie Adelson are overheard discussing the fact that they don't need to be talking on the phone, they don't need to be talking in an apartment. They go to great lengths to take a walk outside, to sit down by the water where they can't be overheard, to sit by the pool where they believe they're not able to be heard by law enforcement. And on the wire, we see the same pattern of communication that was seen in the call detail records before the wire took place. Donna to Charlie to Katherine to Garcia. And this is consistent with Magbanua's testimony of how communication was relayed in this case.
Before you continue, Mr. Giggins, specifically as to the argument of stacking inferences, what is the state's position?
The state's position is there are inferences in this case. There is circumstantial evidence in this case. However, there is also direct evidence. Even if there was only circumstantial evidence, the Bush case from the Florida Supreme Court did away with excluding every reasonable hypothesis of innocence in circumstantial evidence cases. However, we have more than just that here. We have this defendant writing checks to the middleman of this murder. We have her admitting it involves the two of us. And we also have her suborning perjury by admitting to one of her friends in custody, Patricia Bird, that she did do what she was accused of. That's what Ms. Bird said on direct, and I clarified that with her on redirect. Was it that she told you that she just wrote checks, or did you specifically ask her, did you do what she's accused of, or did you do what they say you did? And she said that no, she said she did what she was accused of. And she's also offering to pay for false testimony from Bird and from Ms. Bernhardt, and even writing a script for Ms. Bernhardt to come in and recite in trial. We also have Donna Adelson adopting Charlie Adelson's extortion defense during and after Charlie's trial through text messages. And on the other hand, we have texts between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson in 2016 where We see that Charlie Adelson is telling her that his attorney is meeting with Garcia's attorney, and we see her reaction to that, which is not consistent with someone who believed that they were being extorted by Garcia or by that group for the past 2 years. We also see the 2016 text messages where we see Donna Adelson's reaction to Charlie Adelson workshopping this other possible theory of Dan Markel's murder. And our argument is that reaction is not consistent with somebody who believed that she was being extorted, according to Charlie Adelson, for the past 2 years. We also have evidence of consciousness of guilt in this case. We have her fleeing with an emergency fast-track visa she sought to obtain within hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict. And within also hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict, sending a text that says, basically, you know I'm next, but that won't happen, and I'll take care of that. And then going to board this flight to a non-extradition country a week later. So the state's argument is all of that circumstantial evidence combined with the direct evidence in this case, in the light most favorable to the state, there has been competent substantial evidence that a reasonable trier of fact could find the existence of the elements of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right, the legal standard the court must apply at this point is reviewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. I believe in Turner versus State 29 Southern 3rd 361. In moving for a judgment of acquittal, a defendant admits the facts and evidence in every conclusion favorable to the state that may be reasonably inferred from the evidence. As to the direct evidence, the circumstantial evidence, and also the consciousness of guilt evidence taken together, I believe this is sufficient to overcome the matter that was raised in Williams versus State. The motion for judgment of acquittal will be denied at this time. Does the defense, as to counts 1 and 3 specifically of the indictment, does the defense have any other motions to raise?
I mean, I don't know. Look, I know this was, I don't want to use the word performative. Hold on a
There
minute.
was an issue that Your Honor,
Shut up. Hush up. I shouldn't say that. That's rude. Hush up. I'm talking. I'm spicy this morning. Anyway, but it was performative. These judgments of acquittal are very rarely granted because the same evidence that the state would present during a trial is the same evidence that the state typically it's more, I should say, it's essentially the same, but more fully developed than the evidence used to get an indictment. So at the end of the day, these are very, very difficult to get. Let's see what other issue there is.
raised last week concerning advice of counsel. I don't know if we can
Yes.
approach to address that.
You may.
Not exactly sure why we're approaching. Let's just go ahead and skip through it because obviously we can't hear. And so I love that their sidebar is literally on the side where like you can't see anything or, lip read or anything. I appreciate that. I felt awful for Dan Markel's family. I was explaining this case to my oldest daughter this weekend. On Friday, we were talking about it. And, I was explaining to her, one of the probably most egregious aspects after the murder is the fact that Wendy changed the boys' last names and then does not allow the Markels, excuse me, I misspoke, does not allow the Markels any relationship with their grandchildren. And I think that's just atrocious. I think it's insult to injury. Even if, just for example, that let's just say Wendy wasn't a part of it. Okay. It's clear that her family was a part of it. So it's like insult to injury. Your family took our son from us, and now you're keeping our grandchildren from us. And they don't have an avenue because they are Canadian. Now, certainly if they established residency here and went for citizenship, but that takes a long time. All right. All right, you're in the courtroom.
Yes. Okay. Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. Good morning. I hope everyone had a good, restful, long weekend. At this point in time, we are going to begin with the defense's case in chief. Mr. Zellman, you may call the defense's first witness. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
Good morning.
Just pull that microphone a little over closer to you. There you go.
Okay.
Make sure you speak into it so everyone
Yes,
can
yes,
hear.
ma'am.
Okay. If you could, tell us your name and then spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Anne Elizabeth Cunningham, A-N-N-E, E-L-I-Z-A-B-E-T-H, Cunningham, C-U-N-N-I-N-G-H-A-M.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, you're aware why we're here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where, I don't want your address, but where do you live?
I live in Naples, Florida,
Okay.
and New Jersey.
Okay, so you spend some time in New Jersey during the year and some time in the state of Florida.
That is correct.
All right. And tell us, what did you do? Are you retired?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and what did you do for your career?
I was a teacher, special education teacher.
Okay. Do you know Donna Adelson?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you known Ms. Adelson?
Since 2009.
Okay, and how is it that the two of you met?
Excuse me, I can.
How did you meet?
We met when my life partner and I drove to Florida and arrived on Christmas Eve, and the only place that was open was a Chinese restaurant, and he bit into a spare rib and cracked his tooth.
Okay.
So he actually went to high school with Harvey, and
Okay.
Harvey was a practicing dentist at the time.
Okay, and what is his name?
Ronald Guterson.
Okay, and so he cracked his tooth, and what happened?
And he called a mutual friend from high school also and said, who do we know in South Florida who can help me? And our friend mentioned Harvey's name, and we called him, and he came in the next day to treat Ronnie.
Okay, and when you say they went to high school together, that wasn't in Florida, right?
No, it was in Manhattan, New York.
Okay, all right, very good. So he was able to take care of Ronald?
Yes, he made a special trip, it was Christmas Day, to come in and care for him.
Okay, and then how did that lead to you meeting Mrs. Adelson?
When Ron returned, he said that he had re-met a former high school classmate of his, and that he was a very lovely man, and that he thought it would be very nice if maybe we had dinner together with his wife.
And did you do that?
We did.
Okay, and from there, did you develop a strong friendship?
We did. We all got along very well and developed a friendship.
Okay, and when you spent your time in Florida, was that Naples at that point?
No, it was in southeast Florida,
Okay.
Aventura.
All right, and was that closer to where the Adelsons were living at that time?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so did you spend quite a bit of time together?
We did.
Okay, socializing?
We did.
Did you travel together at all?
Quite often.
Okay, so you had a lot of contact over the years.
Very much so.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to speak to her on the telephone when you were away in New Jersey?
Absolutely.
Okay, would you say you had regular contact throughout?
Regular contact.
Okay, I'm going to tell you, this nice young lady over here, she's typing every word that we're saying, and I have a bad habit of talking over people, and she will shoot me if I do that. So I'm going to
And I
try.
have a bad habit of speaking quickly.
So you and I are going to need.
Ma'am, are you kidding me? She will shoot me if I talk over you. Given the circumstances of this trial. Read the room, Jackie. Jeez. All right, here we go.
Make sure we wait until the other person finishes before we start to speak, okay? So you had regular phone contact with Mrs. Adelson while you were in New Jersey each year?
Yes.
And then spending time together while you were in Florida?
Yes.
And you said it started out in Aventura, Florida, and that was close to where she lived. At some point, you got your home then in Naples, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, but still continue to spend time with the Adelsons?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet her children?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I met 2 of her children.
And who were they?
I met Wendy
Okay.
and I met Charlie.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity with the Adelsons to spend time with Wendy, her children, and Danny?
Yes.
Okay. And you never met Rob?
No.
Okay. All right. How would you best describe Donna Adelson and what you've come to know of her over these many years?
Sustained.
May we approach?
You may.
Thank you.
All right, so I don't know what the relevance would be here, okay? Because to me, this sounds like character testimony, and character testimony is best served during a penalty phase, but what do I know? I'm actually not an attorney. Are they trying to say that Donna Adelson is the relevance? Donna Adelson isn't the type of person that would do this? I mean, I don't get the relevance here. I will say this. I do find it quite interesting that the majority of the defense's argument has kind of been, you know, Donna didn't know about these hearings. Donna didn't know about the, the grandmother motion. Donna didn't know, blah, 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 blah. They weren't that involved, yada, 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 whatever, right? Meanwhile, Harvey Adelson is sitting front row center with a whole legal pad and has been scribbling in that pad, taking notes the entire trial, which tells me that they were interested, they were involved, they did keep tabs on the custody case. I mean, come on.
Your observations of her over these.
Ms. Fulford.
Thank you, Judge. With respect to Mrs. Adelson and your observations of her over these, 15 years, have you found her to be a hateful person?
Never.
Is she aggressive towards others?
Never.
Have you ever heard her threaten anyone?
Never.
Have you ever seen her harm anyone?
Never.
Have you ever heard her threaten to have somebody harmed?
No.
Did she ever make statements to you? Well, let me ask you this first. You were friends with her, obviously, when Wendy was going through her divorce.
Yes.
During that time period, through the divorce, and up to the time that Dan Markel was killed, you're aware that he was murdered?
Yes, I am.
Okay. At any time during that period, did she ever say she wanted to have Danny Markel killed?
Never.
Ever say she wanted him to be harmed?
Never.
She got upset, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that she displayed her anger over that situation?
She would be frustrated, and then she would calm down, and she told me that she...
Sustained.
Okay, you can't say what she said.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But during that time period, did she ever do anything other than vent to you about it?
Never.
Did she ever claim she was going to do anything about it?
Never.
Okay. Would you say that she is supportive of her children?
Very.
Okay. And she's Jewish. Are you as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you find her parenting consistent with the traditions of raising Jewish children?
Yes.
Okay. There's been some testimony that she kind of managed her kids' lives. Did she give them advice?
Yes.
Did the children, as they were adults, make up their own minds about what they wanted to do?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you would talk on the phone with Miss Adelson. Did you use home phones to do that during some of the period of time?
Pardon me, I'm sorry?
Home phones, like landlines?
Sometimes.
Okay. Did you use cell phones?
Many times.
Okay. Did you travel with Harvey and Donna Adelson?
Many times.
Okay. And as part of your travel, did you go overseas?
Yes.
And in your travel overseas, did you ever use any of the applications that you can put on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall which applications you all used?
WhatsApp and Viber.
And what was the purpose of using those?
Because you didn't get charged, you know, and also to keep in communication. If we were on a cruise or on a land trip, where are you, when are we meeting? Because they were free.
Okay.
It was easy.
So while you were overseas, instead of having to pay increased rates on your cellular plan from the United States, you could use this app for free?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use those apps with Mrs. Adelson to hide any information from law enforcement, like encrypted, so that they wouldn't know what was going on?
No.
Okay. I want to talk to you, I'll lead you forward to the date that Dan Markel was murdered. That was July the 18th of 2014. Do you recall speaking to Mrs. Adelson on that date?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you explain to us how you were contacted and the nature of the conversation?
I was called, and Donna was quite hysterical.
Okay.
And she said to me, Danny's been shot.
Sustained.
Goes
Do
to-
not speak to what anyone said out of court, ma'am.
Your Honor.
Please continue.
May
It
we
is
approach,
strict.
please?
Please approach.
And barely survived. Said to Thank you, Judge. Before we talk about what she might have said to you, at the time that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson, was it the day that Danny was murdered?
When he was shot, yes.
Okay. And yeah, I use murdered because obviously he didn't pass away until the next day, but
Yes.
he was shot and barely surviving on the 18th. So that's when I refer to that. That's why I say that
Yes.
date. Okay. So when you spoke to her, did she call you or did you call her? Do you recall?
She called me.
Okay. And when she called you, did she appear to be upset?
Very.
Was she crying?
Yes.
Was her tone of voice, based on your knowledge of her for the 15 years, did she seem to be upset?
Very.
Okay. Did she seem to be at a point in time where she had just learned what had occurred?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you whether she had just learned that this had happened?
Yes.
Okay.
She did.
I'm sorry?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And during the course of your discussion with her about what had transpired, did she continue with this state of mind that she was upset?
Yes.
Okay. And while she was upset, what did she indicate to you?
She told me that Danny had been shot and that they were going to Tallahassee and that she was very concerned and worried about Wendy and the boys, whether they were in danger.
Okay. And
Because she did not know who had shot him.
okay. And did she indicate whether she was concerned about Danny and him being in the hospital?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did she indicate whether she had plans to go to see him at the hospital?
I don't recall.
Okay. During the time that you had this conversation with her, was this the only time that you spoke to her that evening?
I believe so. Maybe one more time.
Okay. And is it your understanding from later discussions with her that she and her husband Harvey actually did come to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to speak with her later on while she was in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. And did she provide any information to you about a memorial service that took place?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you what had transpired at the memorial service?
She told me it was incredibly sad and painful and wrenching.
Okay. And at the time that she was telling you this, did she still was she still very upset about what had happened?
Yes.
Okay. want to go forward just a little point in time. Did you continue to stay in contact with Mrs. Adelson and her husband from the time that Danny was murdered moving forward?
Yes,
Okay. And you were aware at some point that her son, Charlie Adelson, who you said you had met, was arrested?
yes, I was.
In the case, okay. And did you keep up with the case against Charlie in social media or news or anything?
It was, no.
Okay.
I really don't do social media,
Okay,
and of course it was on the news.
okay. Did you watch it on the news?
As little as possible.
Okay. There came a time that Charlie Adelson was on trial for the charges against him. Were you aware of that?
Yes,
Okay. At that time period, in speaking to Mr. and Mrs. Adelson, was it brought to your attention that
Sustained.
at some point did you allow Mr. and Mrs. Adelson to stay in your home in Naples
yes, I did.
for the purpose of watching the trial?
Yes,
All right. Well, interesting to know that they watched the trial or potentially were going to watch the trial or whatever. We're about to hear about that. But this does not disprove the things that Donna said in the wiretaps. It doesn't disprove the things that Donna wrote in those emails. Just because she didn't communicate with with Anne here, Anne Cunningham, that, hey, I can't stand Dan Markel, doesn't negate the fact that she communicated it to Wendy and other people. Stop playing. This is not working.
Okay. And are you aware that they actually did stay there for a good portion of the trial?
yes,
All right. And at some point, moving forward, did you become aware that Charlie Adelson was convicted of the offenses with which he was charged?
yes,
Okay. Were you aware you knew their grandchildren, both of their grandchildren from Danny, correct?
yes,
Okay. Were you aware that there was a bar mitzvah planned for the younger one in January of 2023? No, 2024.
yes,
Okay. And did you actually attend that?
yes,
Okay. Did there come a point in time where, after the verdict, that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson about what in the world she was going to do?
yes,
Okay, and did she discuss with you that she had planned?
The answer would call for hearsay. Do you have an exception to offer concerning those?
It's going to go to her state of mind, Judge.
You need to lay the foundation as to why this specifically would go to state of mind, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you. So could you explain to us the behavior, how Mrs. Adelson was acting at the time? Don't tell us what she said yet, but how was she portraying herself at that time? Was she upset?
yes,
Okay. How did she express that to you, that she was upset? Not in words, just your observations, hearing her on the phone, etc.
she cried a lot.
Okay.
She was very concerned about Harvey,
Okay.
very concerned about Charlie,
Okay.
and just incredibly sad.
Okay. And during the time that she was sad and worried about Harvey and Charlie, now that he's going to prison for life, you knew
Yes,
that? Okay.
yes.
All right. So during that, when she's having these emotions, did she tell you that she was planning on
Please approach.
All right, please hold. Let's skip through this. Give me just a sec. I understand. By the way, I saw this regarding the note taking by Harvey. So I get why Donna would be taking the notes, but not so much Harvey. That's just me, though. I mean,
Members of the jury, we are going to take a brief break before we continue with the direct examination of this witness. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Ms. Cunningham, you may step down. Please step outside the doors. Don't discuss your testimony with any other person.
Yes, sir.
Everyone can be seated. We'll resume with the testimony. We'll try to, at least within the next 5 minutes. That should give the defense an opportunity to confer with the defendant. If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
Why do we need to confer with the defendant? It was a 3-day weekend, for the love of Pete. We're going to run out of skips because of the shenanigan. Donna.
Actions and her words.
Hold
to
on.
you. Thank you.
All right. Everybody's coming back.
Everyone can be seated. The objection is sustained. You may continue with your examination of this witness.
Sarah says, concerned about Charlie at the time of the crime, or did I miss something? I believe what she was asking is about the bar mitzvah that was held January of 2024. So she was concerned about the fact that Charlie is in prison for the rest of his life.
As to any other matters.
Thank you. Mrs. Cunningham, we were talking about the fact that you were speaking to Mrs. Adelson after the verdict came out about her son being convicted, correct?
Yes.
Was she upset about that?
Yes.
Was she crying?
Yes.
Was she, did she appear to be distraught about the circumstances?
Yes.
Was her actions and her words to you when she was discussing this with you, was she in a calm state or an excited state?
Very excited.
Okay. And during the course of her conversation with you, in that state, did it become to your attention that Mrs. Adelson was considering an option about her life because all of this had just happened?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
She was considering taking her own life.
Okay. And if you know, and if you don't, just say you don't, but if you know from those same conversations with her in that state of mind that she had, did she ever discuss with you a potential plan to just get away to clear her head?
Yes.
Okay. May I have just one moment? Thank you. One last subject I wanted to ask you about. As a Jewish mother and grandmother, are the traditions of bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs, are those important to you all?
Very important.
Okay, based on your relationship with Mrs. Adelson, was the bar mitzvah that was upcoming for her younger grandson from Mr. Markel, was that something that she was participating in?
Yes.
Was she excited about attending?
Very.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
Ma'am, are you familiar with the defendant's statement that she could be buried in the bar mitzvah dress that she bought?
No, I'm not.
I guess if she was going to be buried in that dress, she probably wasn't, at least at the time she made that statement, going to be making it to the bar mitzvah. Would you agree?
No, she was
she-
always going to be making it to the bar mitzvah, as far as I knew.
Even if she was dead and buried, she was going to make it.
I never heard that.
Okay. Was she suicidal when you spoke with her? After Charlie's verdict?
Yes,
Okay. You were best friends with her.
yes,
Okay. And she would call and vent to you about Danny Markel.
sometimes.
All right. And did she ever call him names?
Not to my knowledge, not to me.
Did she share with you that she was planning to offer a bribe to Mr. Markel to facilitate relocation?
I don't recall.
Did she talk to you about plans to threaten or to convert the children to Christianity in order to strong-arm Mr. Markel?
She mentioned that she had said that, and she said that was so foolish of me.
When did she say that?
I don't know whether we were together or on a phone call, I'm not sure.
Did she ever tell you that she was being extorted in reference to Mr. Markel's murder?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, and when you say eventually, when did she tell you that?
We were on a trip to Japan together.
Okay, when was the trip to Japan?
We took so many trips, I'm not exactly sure of the year.
Was it between the murder and the first arrests?
I don't recall.
And when she told you that she was being extorted, then naturally you learned that she knew who had killed Dan Markel.
No,
Obviously, it's the people that are extorting her, right?
she didn't know what, are you talking about? Yeah, I guess, I don't know.
She was forced to make payments to the people that killed
Yes,
Dan Markel.
yes.
That's what the checks were all about, right?
I don't know about the checks.
Well, when she told you she was being extorted, if it wasn't about the checks, how was she being extorted?
She was, I'm confusing that with the bump, I believe, that Charlie was being extorted by Katherine.
Prior to the bump, you knew that Charlie was being extorted by Katherine.
No, I believe it was afterwards.
After the bump, you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Katherine.
I'm not sure of the timeline.
Okay. And when you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Katherine, you learned that your friend, your best friend, Donna Adelson, was also being forced to write these checks as payment to the killers that were extorting.
I don't recall.
And when the phone call was made to you, you were saying, I guess it was the night of the verdict, you got the phone call and she was very upset and suicidal and so forth. What was your phone number at that time?
I believe my cell number,
Okay, what's your cell number? Just give me the last four digits if you want to.
1655.
And did you watch the trial of Charlie Adelson?
At the very end.
Okay, and during the trial of Charlie Adelson, were you in regular communication with your best friend Donna Adelson?
Yes, but we didn't really discuss the trial.
Well, would it refresh your recollection to review your text messages during the trial?
I guess, it's a long time ago.
Okay. An approach. Show you those, and I'm gonna just draw your attention to, I've circled a few here, but you're
Sure.
free to look at as many as you need to for context.
Oh, yes, this part I do recall.
You do recall that, thank you.
You can show if that's the same messages you're referring to.
So you did keep some tabs on your friend during the trial of her son.
Yes.
Okay, and she was watching the trial of her son, as we learned, at your residence, right?
Yes,
Okay. And when Charlie Adelson was convicted, you disagreed with the verdict, right?
yes,
You think the jury got it wrong, didn't you?
yes.
And that was out of loyalty to your friend, right?
No, I thought they got it wrong.
They got it wrong. Okay, and you in fact said to Mrs. Adelson, I know you are all innocent, all caps, all, right?
Yes,
Meaning Charlie's innocent,
yes,
Wendy's innocent.
definitely.
No Adelson had anything to do with the murder of Dan Markel. Isn't that what you think?
Yes,
Okay. And when she went to Vietnam, or was trying to go to Vietnam to clear her head, she was going to clear her head in a non-extradition country. Can you agree with that?
I wasn't aware it was non-extradition.
Okay. She was going to clear her head with a one-way ticket to go do the head clearing.
She had no idea how long they were staying or where they would go.
Are you familiar with her statement that she's hoping to make it out of the airport on time?
Yes?
Hoping to make it out before what?
No, she meant the plane was on time.
No, ma'am. I'm referring to hoping to make it out before law enforcement apprehended her. You aware of that?
No,
She didn't say that statement to you.
I don't recall really.
Okay. Do you remember Mrs. Adelson texting you after the verdict and complaining that Wendy had not even called?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that message?
Fine.
Please show the defense.
That's the bottom message on this page I'm handing you.
Which one?
Bottom one.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory?
I remember her describing Harvey being on the floor and crying like a baby.
Harvey's on the floor crying like a baby, and Wendy hasn't even called, right? Isn't
If
that
she
what
wrote
it
that.
says? If she wrote that, didn't you just see where she wrote that?
I did, she wrote that.
And you offered to come and be with her during that difficult time, didn't you?
I believe we did.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Georgia ain't playing with this Mima. She's like, man, I don't care. I ain't playing with you. You're going to get up here and testify to some
What does your
cockamamie
husband
BS?
do or
That's
did he
it.
do before
My
he
late husband?
retired?
My
I'm
late-
sorry, I thought you had, is it, maybe it's not your husband, partner?
Partner,
Is that Mr. Guterson?
yes.
What type of work does he do, or what's his background?
He owned a computer consulting business.
Okay. Does he also do anything with real estate?
He did it with his ex-wife. They flipped apartments a lot. They moved a lot.
Okay.
Made a lot of money in real estate.
No further questions.
Redirect examination.
Just make sure I understand your testimony correctly. Donna didn't tell you at the time she was writing checks that she was writing checks, correct?
No,
And when you spoke about extortion, you were talking about Charlie being extorted?
yes,
Donna, did she ever say she was actually being extorted or
No.
how? Okay.
no,
Okay. Now, you were asked questions by the state, which implied that Ms. Adelson was going to a non-extradition country. She wasn't returning, right?
that's what I was told.
Just now, while you were
Yes,
testifying?
yes.
You didn't hear that before?
No,
Did Donna ever tell you she wasn't coming back?
never,
In fact, she told you she was coming back, didn't she?
definitely.
And she was coming back without a doubt to go to what?
Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by the defense or the state potentially in rebuttal? Will this witness be recalled by the defense?
No, Judge, I'm sorry.
You are released, Ms. Cunningham.
Excuse me?
You are released.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, defense, the next witness would be Ronald Guterson.
Mr. Guterson, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will offer will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly so the jurors can hear you.
Good morning, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Ron Guterson, Gutterson.
And how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I know her through her husband, Harvey Adelson, whom I went to high school with.
High school where?
New York City,
And where was that?
Stuyvesant High School.
Okay. Did you keep in touch with him over the years?
Initially, I would see Harvey yes.
Initially, yes. At some point, did you grow apart? You lived in
Au contraire. After graduation, I saw Harvey next 25 years later at our high school reunion. And then we had one every 5 years thereafter, which I saw him. And then in, around 2008 or 9, something like that, I was in Florida for Christmas, and this is funny. I was in Florida for Christmas. We get to Florida, Miami, Christmas Eve. Everything is closed. We're hungry. What do you eat? Chinese food. So we order Chinese food. I bite into the spare rib. I crack my front tooth. I call a friend of mine who's a dentist in New York who also went to high school with us. And I said to him, who do we know in Florida? I need a dentist. He gave me a choice of names, one of which was Harvey. The other fellows were academics teaching at the university. Harvey I knew from high school. I called him on Christmas. He saw me the next day, and we reconnected, and we became friendly, and then he and Donna and Annie and I would travel together, and we really bonded. The chemistry was there.
Can you describe their relationship, Donna and Harvey?
Once again,
Can you describe their relationship, Donna and
a very
Harvey?
loving couple, very together, very warm.
Were you aware that their son, Charlie, was arrested in this investigation?
Yes.
During Charlie's trial, can you describe Donna and Harvey's state of mind, how they were feeling about things?
To put it mildly, extremely upset, off the wall, like most caring parents would be.
Did there come a time, now your life partner is Annie Cunningham?
Cunningham?
Okay, and when you first reconnected in 2008 or 2009, did you all have a place in Miami or in South Florida?
Yes. Annie had a place in Aventura.
Okay. And at some point later, did you purchase a house on the west coast of Florida?
In 2015,
And where was that?
Naples, Florida.
At some point during the trial, did you and Annie offer to allow Donna and Harvey to stay at your place in Naples?
Yes.
Why was that?
We were not using the place where snowbirds. They, during the trial, were, for lack of a better word, pestered by bloggers and reporters, and they just wanted to avoid that. We live in a gated community. We offered them the use of our home, especially since we weren't there, and they availed themselves of this opportunity.
After the verdict was rendered in Charlie's case, did you speak with Harvey and Donna?
Several days later, and Annie spoke to Donna, and obviously they were distraught, and Harvey was off the wall.
What do you mean when you say off the wall?
He was devastated. His son was convicted.
Now, I want to back up a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about your background and education?
I have an undergraduate degree in economics. I have a master's and MBA in finance. I have several credits towards my doctorate in economics.
Any prior military experience?
I was in the Army Reserve Military Intelligence Division.
And when was that?
Approximately 1966 to 1971.
After the conviction, did you become aware that Harvey and Donna were trying to travel to clear their heads?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know whether or not that was a permanent move or was it temporary?
It was, to the best of my knowledge, a temporary move. It was approximately November, and they were coming back in January or February for their youngest grandchild's bar mitzvah.
So, although they were traveling, they made it clear that they'd be back for the bar mitzvah.
Yes, Donna had told Annie that she purchased a dress.
Can't say what somebody else said. Just you
Yes,
were.
I was aware they were going to return.
Under any set of circumstances, would they not have returned?
I don't know. Under normal circumstances, they would move heaven and earth to be there for that traditional occasion.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
I'd like to know then if they were going to move heaven and earth to be there for that traditional occasion, why there was not a return ticket where they would be returning to the country prior to that traditional occasion.
Mr. Guterson, while Donna and Harvey were traveling, were you asked to assist with the rental property business?
Yes.
In what way?
The handyman, Jared, was given my phone number. I was given his phone number, and I was asked to do Harvey a favor, that if Jared had any problems like purchasing a new air conditioner, a new refrigerator, he would call me for my approval.
And then, but it was clear to you, clear to Jared, that this was a temporary arrangement while Harvey and Donna were traveling.
Until he returned during his absence.
Just one more moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Cross-exam.
You said that under normal circumstances, they were gonna make every effort to return to attend that bar mitzvah, right?
Yes.
Obviously, normal circumstances would not include a warrant being issued for their arrest for first-degree murder. That would be an abnormal
I
circumstance.
am not aware of that.
But you would agree that would be an abnormal circumstance that might
Yes.
prevent them
And
from
by the
coming
same
back.
token, at the time, there was no warrant out for her arrest when they left.
Right, right, but might cause them to not come back, wouldn't it?
Once again,
It might cause them to not
it
come
might,
back.
you'd have to think twice.
Sure. And when the verdict came down on Charlie Adelson's case, do you recall Mrs. Adelson reaching out to the two of you saying maybe she might want you to come to where she was? Do you remember that?
To Vietnam?
No, sir. She wasn't in Vietnam. I don't know exactly where she was, but she said.
You mean in Florida, in the state of Florida?
Yes, sir. Can't say exactly why, but we may need you guys to come here. Remember that?
Yeah, for moral support.
Okay. And where were you located at the time that those text messages were sent? Were you in New
To the
York?
best of my knowledge, in New Jersey.
In New Jersey. Okay. And she says that Wendy's not responding to them, so she has some issues she may need your help with. Do you remember that?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And those were the issues regarding your assistance with managing the rental properties?
No, just overall moral support.
Okay, well, she says specifically Ron may have some work to do here. What is that reference? Is that the moral support?
That and helping with Jared, but I was never spoken to by Donna about this matter. This was between Harvey and myself.
Okay, but you understood that you may be needed to come down to
My
Florida to
services
do
may
some
be
help.
needed as a friend to assist.
Right. And you were happy to do that, right?
That's what friends are for.
In fact, the response is, whenever, whatever you need, we're there.
Words to that effect, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No question, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Guterson released from the trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the state planning to recall him for any purpose? Have a good day, Mr. Guterson. You are
Thank you,
released.
Your Honor.
Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, the next witness is Kelsey, Guay, who might need a few minutes to set up the presentation.
It's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. We will at that time hear from the next witness.
All righty. So while the hold on a second, I'm gonna look at something. While the defense takes their time to set up for the next witness, who I'm not exactly sure what they need to set up, so we'll see. How are you guys feeling about the defense case thus far? For me, personally, I'm underwhelmed because they're trying desperately to explain away this trip to Vietnam, but at the end of the day, it falls flat for me. If I'm sitting on the jury, okay, and I'm listening to this, and remember now, I've heard all this testimony about wiretaps. I've heard the calls about Vietnam. We know Donna's been arrested at the airport. We know that they had a one-way ticket, on and on and on and on, right? I'm listening to all of this. And they said that, they're asked about this, these last two witnesses, hey, is there any circumstances under which the Adelsons would miss this bar mitzvah? And both Ann Cunningham and Ron Guterson said no reason, no, under no circumstances would they miss this. So again, I have to ask, why then no return ticket? Certainly, if it were a situation where you were going to, and here's the thing, in case I wish Rachel was in here because I know she would know the answer to this, but I'm reasonably certain that bar mitzvahs are, I don't know another way to equate this, and I hope that I don't offend anybody because that is definitely not my intention. But the way that I would equate in time, how long of a time that you would have that it would take to prepare to plan a bar mitzvah is similar to Catholics, because this is the religion I know. 'Cause I am Catholic. I don't practice, but I was raised Catholic. Would be catechism, which is your first communion, and confirmation, which is when you, of your own volition as a human being, become part of the Catholic Church. Those are though I think confirmation classes, I think, are a little longer than catechism classes, but at the end of the day, they're one of those things that you have to plan for. I mean, it's not like they give, and I know that when a bar mitzvah and bat mitzvah take place, there's something that you have to you read, and you have to read it in Hebrew, and so there's Hebrew classes. And anyway, my point is, all right, Jennifer says, or well, okay, so a quinceañera is a celebration of a confirmation. That's what a quinceañera is. So it's something that goes together. At least in my family it was. I don't want to speak for every quinceañera. I can only speak for the quinceañeras I've attended, and they were a combination of birthday and confirmation. All right, and according to AI, it takes 6 to 18 months for a bar mitzvah. Okay, so 6 to 18 months. Let's go on the low end. Okay. Their trip was in November, December, January. It's 2 months away. So explain to me again why there was no return ticket for something for an event, an important event. Why there was no return ticket for something that was 2 months out. And I think that Georgia Kaplan is, the defense's case is the defense's case. I mean, at the end of the day, they don't really have a super duper fantastic, what's the word I'm looking for? Reasonable defense. They just don't. So I don't want to be like mean about it, but I got to be honest about it. I don't want to be cruel. You know, a defense attorney's job is difficult. It's not an easy job. Okay. Especially when you have a client who, quite honestly, Donna is a villain in this scenario. I suspect, okay, and this is just my personal opinion, all right? How can I make a good analogy for this? All right, I got it. You know how in Batman, the Joker is truly Batman's arch nemesis. He has other enemies, right? The Penguin, the Riddler, Mr. Freeze, Two-Face, etc., right? He has other enemies, but his real arch nemesis is the Joker. Kind of like Superman has a lot of enemies, but his true arch nemesis is Lex Luthor. Okay, sort of like that, right? I think that I was under the impression that his true arch nemesis, Dan Markel's true arch nemesis in this whole scenario, was Donna, and that Wendy was his arch nemesis, but to a smaller extent. I feel like I had it wrong. I feel like the person who was really the bigger supervillain in this story, or the supervillain in this story, is actually Wendy. So in this scenario, Dan would be Batman, Wendy would be the Joker, and Donna would be the Riddler. Although she's not clever enough to be the Riddler, but we'll make her the Penguin. How about that? That's how I feel like it's stacking up at this point. I feel like, oh, Donna's an absolute villain, and she should, and she is a villain in this story because at the end of the day, she's the one that financed this whole thing. However, I feel like the manipulator got manipulated. Oh, that's so sweet, Jen. I love that. Sorry to just for a second. Jen says, Bindi, your voice is really soothing to Jonah. I now know that all I need to do is play one of your videos and I'll be able to get them to settle down at night. That's fantastic. I love that. Sweet little Jonah. Look at his adorable little face, you guys. Isn't he so sweet? You must send me pictures of his growth because, I love it. I love puppies. I love dogs. I love animals. I really do. Where is, hold on a minute. Where's this? Right, Sarah, this is important. Seriously, even if they didn't intend on using the return ticket, they should have gotten one. They could afford it. Exactly. And here's the deal. They could have also, even if you don't know how long you intend to be there, okay, we're not talking about, okay, like for example, when I used to live in Florida, and let's say I decided to come and visit Texas to see my kids, my grandchildren too, and I didn't really know how long I intended to be there. Okay, I would still buy a return ticket and get it for the farthest date out that I could, like a month out. All right. And if I needed to change it, as long as you give, you're going to have to pay a return. You're going to have to pay a change ticket fee. That does happen. Okay. But the farther out you give notice. So say, for example, it's 2 weeks prior to me knowing that a month is just not enough. I need an additional 2 weeks. Right. And then that's the very end. I'm going to come back on the 6th week. You can change it. I would have changed it. You know what I mean? Like there were a lot of things that they could do. And I would, and the and one could make the argument, oh, well, maybe they didn't know about all that. They traveled extensively as Ann Cunningham testified. So they took many trips. So they knew. Like, come on. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that the Adelsons had to, because of such short notice, they had to get an expedited passport. All right, here we go. They're back. Let me see who's next. So I can type it into the thing. Sounds like this one might be a lengthier witness. And I really want to say thank you to and welcome. Hold on.
Please raise your right hand.
Hold on a second. I really want to say thank you and welcome in to everybody who's just joining us. Make sure that you have your membership gifts turned on, because I definitely want to gift memberships. I want to do a members only live stream this week. Okay. So I'm not sure Crime Crochet and Coffee. I'll, as soon as I hear her state her name, I'll type it in and I'll scroll it on the banner. All right, here we go.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kelsey Guay, and I'm a senior digital forensic examiner.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by Roll-Off Digital Forensics, which is a small private company based out of Spokane, Washington.
And tell us a little bit about your background and training in the area of digital forensics.
Sure. So starting at the beginning, I graduated from Portland State University with my Master's of Criminal Justice in 2016. During that time when I was in grad school, I worked for the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office in their Family Justice Center, which is a domestic violence clinic. After graduating grad school, I became employed with the Portland Police Bureau, which is in Portland, Oregon. I was employed as an investigative crime analyst. So for about 3 years, I supported the entire detective division, and I worked on anything from call detail records, mapping cell site location, developing frequency analysis, looking at pattern of life. I would also help them review search warrant returns, so things like when they get data back from Google, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and I would do some open source, just looking at people's profiles online to help in active investigation. After that, I was the ICAC analyst, and ICAC stands for Internet Crimes Against Children. So during that time, I performed phone extractions. I went on scene to search warrants where there was an internet crimes against person suspect. I would do RAM captures and router examinations. I would also review every single cyber tip and any search warrant returns that came back for those cyber tips. After that, I was the digital forensics lab manager. They civilianized the unit. I was a civilian employee my entire time with the police bureau. And so for about the last a little under 2 years, I managed the digital forensics lab, where I would perform extractions, and I led a team of 5 examiners in doing digital forensic extractions and analysis.
Can you tell us approximately how many hours of training have you had specific to the review and analysis and interpretation of call detail records and cell site location information?
I have a general 400 hours of training just related to all kinds of things: digital forensics, CSLI, cybersecurity. If I had to guess, I would say maybe 100 hours dedicated to cell site location information.
And with respect to call detail records and cell site location information, how many sets over the course of your career of call detail records have you reviewed for casework?
Like actual files, I don't have an exact number. I would say close to 1,000, if not over. Some of the cases I work on can have 10 and more phone numbers, so each case can get quite expansive pretty fast. So I would say maybe roughly 1,000 different sets of records.
And with respect to mapping of call detail records, can you tell the jury approximately how many times you've had to map cell site location information from call detail records?
Sure. I would say maybe about half. When I was working in law enforcement, they don't always get location information for a call detail record. Sometimes they just get records without mappable location information, and they want like a frequency analysis, looking at patterns before event of interest. So I would say I probably half of the records I've reviewed.
Have you previously offered testimony in court concerning this subject matter?
I have.
And have you previously been qualified as an expert in digital forensics, specific as to cell site location and call detail records?
In Oregon, it's a little bit different, but in at least one, they did provide me as an expert. Most of it was my employment at the police bureau.
At this point, Your Honor, I would tender the witness.
State wish to voir dire the witness as to her training or experience.
No, sir.
Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of digital forensics?
No, sir.
Members of the jury, while this witness testifies, she will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the field of digital forensics. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Guay, in this case, did you review call detail records that were provided or obtained by law enforcement?
I did.
Okay, and specific, can you tell the jury what records you reviewed?
So when I started working on this case, I was given a lot of different data, just so that I could see everything that had been obtained by law enforcement. However, my focus was on Donna's cell phone records, so that's where I kept most of my focus, was on her records. However, I reviewed all of the data, so essentially there's a lot of AT&T records encompassing various time periods, some of them duplicate of the same time period. There were also Sprint records. I think there was also some Verizon and T-Mobile records, so there's a lot.
Okay. Now, we did not provide you with the tower dumps. We just provided you specific with the records of the individuals that were obtained by law enforcement, correct?
Correct, from like a company like AT&T, T-Mobile, related to a specific phone number.
Did you also review any testimony that has been provided in the past by Sergeant Corbett?
Yes.
Specifically, what sets of testimony did you review?
There was, I guess from this trial, 2 PDFs that I was given discussing testimony from this trial. I think there was also potentially other testimony from previous events that I skimmed because it wasn't necessarily relevant to what I was asked to look at.
Were you provided, in the information, were you provided call detail records that included cell site location for Harvey Adelson?
I was.
And specifically for Donna Adelson?
I was.
And Charlie Adelson?
I was.
Were you also provided with a PDF of a PowerPoint that was prepared by Sergeant Corbett?
I was.
Okay. What were you asked to review related to this PowerPoint?
So to just look through all of it, there was about 350 slides, so I, kind of went through it slide by slide, but my specific focus was on slides 26 and 28, which were charts of a frequency analysis.
Would it be helpful to the jury to see specifically what you reviewed and the work that you performed?
I believe you guys have probably seen this already, but yeah, it might be helpful to have a visual.
Can you pull that up, please?
Do you want me to do the present?
Yes, please. And if you go back a couple slides, please.
To the beginning?
I'm sorry?
To the beginning?
Yes.
Okay.
So, what are we looking at here?
So this is a screenshot of the folder that contained the document that I focused my analysis on, because this document was related to Donna's cell phone number, her records. In this document, after reviewing all of the different ones, I realized that this document contained the most data. It started, I believe the records started January 1 of 2014, and they went through May of 2017. So it contained both time sets that were seen on slides 26. Additionally, this data contained seconds in the timestamp. And so me as an analyst, when I'm looking at CDR documents, I always prefer to get the document that has the most information, and in this case, to have a timestamp that includes seconds.
Why is that important?
I mean, it's important for, different reasons depending on the case. If you are very interested in building like a chronological timeline, having seconds, right? Because we have 60 seconds and 1 minute. So if your call detail records only show you the minute and not the second, things could be coming in showing the same minute, but you don't actually know which happened first without the second timestamp. So
Okay.
different reasons why it can be important.
And in that same note, I think your next slide shows what you obtain when you, or what you see when you open up this file.
Correct.
Can you show that to the jury, please?
I can. So you might have also seen something similar to this earlier in this trial, but this is what that document looks like when you open it up. This is just the first 3 rows because this document, like I said, goes through 2017. So there are a lot of rows in this document. So this is just a glimpse of what it looks like when you open it up in a text document, which is the native format. This is not very easy to work with as an analyst. You could take this and you could put it into an analytical program and run some calculations on it. However, when I looked at this in a little bit more detail, and there are slides, I realized this data was kind of messy. And by messy, I mean I wouldn't necessarily just trust putting it into a program and trusting the numbers that came out. So I took this document and put it into Excel.
So the programs that you're describing that this data could be put into, are those referred to as tools?
Yes.
Okay. And so since this was messy, how did you import this into Excel?
So when you open up Excel, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Excel. I live in Excel, so I'm very familiar with it. But one of the options when you open Excel is there's a data option and you can import data. There's a little tool that helps you bring in text files into Excel. And this one is a great one to bring in Excel because it might be hard to see, but there are commas between each of these values. So this is what's known as a comma separated, type file. So it translates very nicely into Excel.
And can you show the jury how that looks when you put it into Excel, please?
I can. So this is that exact same first 3 rows, and this is what it looks like in Excel.
How does the software, does Excel know how to separate that, those 3 lines into making this correctly?
So essentially there's like a little walkthrough tool when you import data into Excel from a text file, and it will show you a preview. Is this what your data should look like? And you can say, yep, it's using a comma, it's displaying correctly.
Is there anything that you have to do with the times to adjust them for Eastern time?
Yes, so this specific file, it's again probably very small, but in column 2 or B, the header says connect date or con date time UTC. So this is very common for call detail records to come in UTC, and if they explicitly say UTC, you know it's UTC. So for these records, the times of interest were in the summer, so I knew that this would be in Eastern time. So I was able to add a column in Excel. Again, very easy to do this in Excel. Add a column, write a quick formula, do that time conversion so that I could make sure that, because if you have a call that's in UTC, it might be showing on a different day, but if it kind of happens within that, plus or minus 4 window of when days change, I wanted to make sure I was looking at the right dates for Eastern time.
Okay. And then and you did this for what data?
I did this for Donna's records, the file that we had identified on that very first slide.
Okay. And then did you also do a similar analysis for Charlie's call records?
I looked at his phone records. I did not go quite in depth as what I did with Donna's, but I did look at his in Excel as well.
And I believe the next slide is that frequency chart?
No, the next slide is essentially an example of kind of the messiness that I was referring to earlier.
If you could show the jury that, please.
Yes, of course. Would you like me to explain?
Yes, please. What are we looking at now?
Okay. So this is that exact same document. Now, instead of just looking at the first 3 rows, we're looking at rows 1 through 9. And this is at the very top of the document. So as I open up any kind of call detail records, I want to get an idea of what the data contains. So in this example, that red box is just showing 3 unique rows of data. But when I look at these 3 unique rows, I see a couple things that indicate to me that these 3 unique rows might all be referring to the same one call event. And by call event, I mean like an incoming or outgoing call. So if a program takes this, it might see this as potentially 3 different call events. Whereas me as a human, I can realize, oh, there's indicators that tell me that this is one call event.
Is there any way you can zoom in on that a little bit?
Not in the presentation mode.
Okay, if you could back out of the presentation mode and zoom in so that the jury can see what you're talking about, please.
I will do my best. I don't know if this is getting any better or worse.
Okay, so the top line that we're looking at there on line 6, what is the data from that line of call detail records tell you?
So essentially when I look at row 6, I see the connect date time, which is when the call was initiated, whether it's an incoming or outgoing call. I see a few things. I see the seizure time, which is the time it takes for the network to set up the call, the elapsed time, which is ET. That's how long the phones would have quote unquote connected. I see the originating and terminating number. So, oops, a little too far. There we go. Originating number, so the call that it was started on, terminating the call, the phone number that the call was ending on. And then because this is a screenshot of Donna's phone records ending in 0997, we also see the IMEI and IMSI. Those are just the, it's like a VIN number for a phone, is an IMEI, International Mobile Equipment Identifier. And then the IMSI is the International Mobile Subscriber Identity. And that's how the network can tell that you are allowed to be on their network, right? And make calls on the AT&T network. We also see the call type, CT, mobile terminating is what that MT stands for. So again, it reinforces the fact that we see Donna's phone number in the terminating column, and then it's reinforced by that MT. In the feature, this is unique to AT&T records. So this is some random, they look like maybe what might be random letters, but they all have meanings. And there's a record key that if you're not super familiar with what those letters means, you can go and look at that record key. But essentially what this is saying in human speak is that the number calling, there was number identity present, that's that NIOP. There's the CFNA, which is call forwarding, it wasn't available, that it couldn't reach the other party. And then you see that VM, which just means voicemail was involved in this transaction.
So the next line, so the features, what does that tell us about this call?
It tells me that there was an incoming call to Donna's phone and it was sent to voicemail.
Okay, and what does the subsequent 2 lines indicate?
So the next 2 lines are related to this initial call event. So I can see that this next one has voicemail. I also can see that this is the forwarding number, which is to forward it to the voicemail box. And then if I go all the way back, the SO and the ST are service originating and service terminating. So these are not human generated, these are network generated logs. So that's what the SO and ST stand for. And then if I go back and I look at the times, the thing I notice is that for those following 2 service calls, the timestamps are the same. And all of this, so while the connection time is that what would be 2:52 p.m., that's when the call would have come into her phone and gone to voicemail. Then those second 2 with the identical timestamps are essentially just multiple legs of that activity. So as a human, I can see that these 3 lines are all related to one event, an incoming call that was routed to voicemail.
Okay, if you can go back to the presentation mode, please.
Of course.
And then let's look at the next slide. What do we see on this slide?
So this is slide 26 that I referenced at the beginning of my testimony. So this was one of the things that they had asked me to specifically review.
Okay, and the number that's highlighted, whose number is that?
I believe that is Donna's phone number.
And according to the state's slide 26, how many times well, what's the time period of these records, of this chart?
So each phone number has a slightly different time period, but for this particular phone number, the date range was May 2nd, 2014 through July 20th, 2014.
And according to the tool that was used by Sergeant Corbett, how many times did Charlie Adelson's device attempt to communicate with Donna Adelson's device?
So it's my understanding that this would contain both directions. Charlie calling Donna, Donna calling Charlie, and both connected and attempted, right? So if it's a voicemail, or if it actually, like, there was an elapsed time of, let's just say a minute, right? So this would theoretically contain all of that activity. So based on this chart, it appears that this tool said that there were 417 unique communication events.
Did you take any steps to verify the accuracy of this number?
Yes. So because this slide particularly was focused or created using Charlie's phone records, I went through all of those files that we had described earlier and tried to see if I could find any one particular file for Charlie's phone records that contained this entire time span, May 2014 through, or May 2nd, 2014 through July 2014. Again, going back, there were a lot of different records for this case. I couldn't find one specific file that encompassed this entire time frame. I did find 3 different files for his cell phone number. So essentially I had to take 3 different files to try to recreate this. And when I was doing that, I noticed that at least between 2 of the files, there were a few dates that overlapped, right? So when law enforcement gets a call detail record return, they'll ask for specific dates. So for example, you might ask for May 1 through June 20. And that would be one return. And then on another date, you do another warrant or a subpoena, and you ask for June 18th through July 18th, right? A month's worth of data. So when I found these 3 files, I noticed that there were at least 2 files that had some dates overlapping.
Did you remove the overlap when you conducted this manual examination?
I did, and the other thing I noticed was that out of the 3 files, 2 of them were in local time, so Eastern time, and then one of them is in UTC. So again, I had to, try to see if I could make this a continuous May 2nd through July 20th, taking out any overlapping dates and making sure, again, that the dates were all correct by seeing everything in Eastern time.
What did you do did you try to recreate this chart that Sergeant Corbett prepared?
I did try to recreate it by how I just explained.
And were you able to?
I wasn't able to come up with 417.
Can you explain to the jury what you did beyond what you've already described and what number you got to?
So I did 2 different steps. I did the one that I just explained where I converted everything to Eastern time, ensured that there were no dates overlapping, and so that it was essentially just showing me, May 1 through July 20. And I think when I did that and I took out these extra overlapping dates, and then I filtered to just only look at the incoming and outgoing calls. I did not deduplicate at all. That what I just explained, right, where I say that three for potentially one event, did not deduplicate. I just put a filter for Charlie and Donna's cell phone numbers. And at that point for these dates, I think I got maybe 383 unique call events. And that was, again, taking out the overlapping dates. The second step I did was I thought, well, maybe the tool didn't do that, and it just took everything and it didn't deduplicate the dates. So I tried it again, and I got 393 when I did not take out any extra dates. So, and these were just calls. I was only looking at calls.
And these were, did you do anything to determine whether or not these events went to voicemail?
I did not.
Okay. Did you take this a step further to determine what whether or not there were actual communications versus actual or attempted.
Sorry, could you?
Sorry, it was a poorly worded question. So the 393 that you identified is both connected and attempted.
Correct.
Is there a way to determine whether or not something is attempted versus connected, aside from the voicemail flags that we talked about a few moments ago?
So the voicemail flags are going to be the best indicator of if somebody didn't connect, because AT&T is telling you that the phone call went to voicemail. So as an analyst, that's to me the best indicator. Another indicator that you can use, I think different people have different thoughts on this, but if it's a very short duration, like let's say under 10 seconds, could the phones have connected and there's just actually no communication, or it may be you know, you answer but you don't hear anything, so you hang up. So different analysts will use different amount of elapsed time to determine, like, you know, I think some people will say, I think everything over 30 seconds indicates there was, you know, actual communication. So people have different thoughts on it, but I like to see, you know, if it's 2 seconds to 0 seconds, there probably wasn't any actual communication.
Now, when reviewing specific,
I'm going to need for you to, first of all, camera operator person, I need to see this chart, but also, so basically this boils down to the state saying there were 477 calls between that time period, and the defense saying there were 300 and some odd, and basically it boils down to a difference of 84 calls. 300 and some odd calls is still a lot of calls, bro. What's the point?
specific to this, to Charlie's records, did you then go back and dedupe everything to determine the actual and attempted calls?
I did not for Charlie's records.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Donna's phone records. If we could advance to that, please.
So this is slide 28.
Okay, and according to this, there were, what was the time period of this chart?
So this chart is focused on, would have been created using Donna's call detail records, and the contact at the top that's highlighted is Charlie's cell phone number, and the date range that was used to generate these records was June 23rd, 2014 through July 22nd, 2014. Again, I did the same process like I did with Charlie's. I went to go look through all the data to see if I could find a file that would cover this date range and only this date range, and I was able to find a file that covered this date range.
Okay. And when you went through the process that you've already explained, manually going through the records, were you able to determine how many unique call events took place during this time between Donna and Charlie?
Unique. So for this one, I took the original file that I mentioned and I just looked at the filters between Charlie and Donna's phone number, and I was able to recreate the 80 when I just look at the, you know, the totality of the data. Taking a step back, all the way back to that slide 1, I mentioned that record for Donna contained data from 2014 through 2017. So that particular document covered both of the time frames. It covered this one, which is June 23 through July 22, 2014, and it covered what was in Charlie's records, which was May 2nd through July 20th. So I used that document that I showed you guys at the very beginning to dedupe. So I went through that document. I put the filters for Charlie and Donna's phone numbers, and then I went through each line during those time frames to determine, like, is this a voicemail activity? Is this just AT&T duplication? Is this an actual unique call event? So that was the document that I used, focusing on these two parties' phone numbers. And I went through each line by line, and removed manually any rows that I believed to be referencing the same call event.
I mean, this is feeling a little reminiscent of the much to do that was not actually a to do in the Karen Reed trial with that expert witness. And I feel like this right now.
Okay.
Like, I just don't see what the big deal is. I don't get it. Maybe we'll get it in a minute. I don't know.
So when I did that, I got, for this time frame, deduplicated, and this would be attempted and connected, right? So it's including the voicemail. It's just noting that there's only one line for that voicemail, not potentially 3. I got 69 unique call events that would be connected and attempted.
So the failure to manually go through these records resulted in an overinflated report in these frequency reports.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to this data, and I don't think we have any more slides.
No, we do not.
Okay, so get the lights, please.
Would you like me to unplug it?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to this part of the data, did you also review cell site location information for Donna Adelson's phone, specifically on July 18th of 2014?
I did.
Okay. And did you identify the cell phone towers that likely provided coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014? The towers that he could have been connected to from his residence.
So I was not provided with like an AT&T master cell site list, but I mapped the records for July 18th that are available in the AT&T document.
Who has access to the master records?
Law enforcement.
So presumably law enforcement would have gotten those records and taken a look at what cell site, what towers and sectors would correspond to Charlie Adelson's residence.
Correct.
Okay.
So presumably that would have been in discovery. So why was it either not in discovery or I don't understand. What did Kelly say? Oh gosh, I'll have to think about that one. Give me a minute.
And in your review of the records, the call detail records that were provided to you, obtained by law enforcement, did Donna Adelson's handset ever connect to a tower that could provide coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014?
No.
With those same records, was there any instance on July 18th of 2014 where Charlie Adelson's handset and Donna Adelson's handset were connecting to the same tower?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Okay. So what I'm getting from this testimony is on July 18th, 2014, which is the day that Dan Markel was shot. He didn't actually die or wasn't till the next day, okay? So what they're saying is the state has said that Donna went to Charlie's house, presumably to give him the money that day. And what her testimony is according to the records, the call logs, the call records, and the map of the cell towers, that can't have been. They were not, Donna's phone and Charlie's phone never connected to the same cell tower. Okay, let's see what Georgia has to say about this. Here we go.
Do you disagree with any of the mapping of the cell site locations?
Excuse me, it's not Georgia Kappelman, it's Sarah Dugan. My bad.
From Sergeant Corbett's presentation?
No.
No. We saw on the section of his report where it shows a travel analysis of Donna Adelson the night of Dan Markel's murder. Do you remember that?
The ones where there's like projected travel paths.
Correct.
I do remember that.
Okay. And you don't disagree with the fact that her phone was communicating with the cell site in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. and you don't disagree with that site or sector that he mapped there, right?
Correct.
And you don't disagree with, on the following slide, that the next time she has location in her cell records is at 10:57, and you don't disagree with that cell site or sector that he mapped, right?
So I think the 1053
I'm sorry, 10:53, thank you.
was actually Harvey's cell phone.
Okay.
But if they're presumably in the same vehicle, the tower and sector is correct.
Okay, so for the location south of Charlie's residence and the location north of Charlie's residence that we have location for, you do not disagree with that?
No.
Okay. And the iMessage where she says outside your house, would you expect to have location for iMessages?
Lil Red says, could she have left her phone at home? No. And that is because on the date of this trip that they're talking about, Donna was driving. She left her home. She and Harvey left her home, headed to Tallahassee to be with Wendy. And there are connectivity on that date with Donna Adelson's phone in Tallahassee. So she did not leave her phone at home. All right, here we go.
If it's from an iCloud return, no, I would not expect there to be location information from iCloud.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. It's not that we do have location for outside your house and it's not consistent with Charlie's house. It's just that we don't have location at all for outside your house.
Correct, there is no location.
But Donna Adelson says her location in that message, right?
There's the text message from the iCloud, correct?
Where she says outside your house.
Correct, that's the contents.
Okay. When you looked at Donna Adelson's records, was there a phone call between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham on the evening or night of July 18th, 2014?
I'm not familiar with that name.
You're not familiar with the name Annie Cunningham?
No.
Okay. What if I gave you her number? Would you be able to look and see?
I don't have the call details memorized, so
Do you have them with you? On
the
your
original documents, I do.
laptop? Okay.
Yeah.
Would you be able to look and see?
Your Honor, I'm going to object this if you want the scope of direct.
Please approach.
All right. While they approach, Rachel says, has the state rested? What's happening in this is this cross. This is cross-examination. The state rested at the end of the day, Friday. I have no idea who said that. I can't. My mind is completely blank. I will never cheat and look it up. That's not appropriate at all. Are there any other guessers, or shall we just please ask Kelly to tell us, please? You're welcome, babe. You're welcome. This to me is not any type of moment. Like, I think that the witness testified that she didn't look or compare iMessage. iMessages work a little differently than regular SMS messages. iPhone to iPhone works a little differently. And Dewey Cox, what card? I've never actually seen that movie. I know. I'm sorry. I've never actually seen it. I'm so sorry. I feel like a little, I don't know. Sometimes I don't like
Objection is overruled.
those.
Ms. Guay, if you need the question repeated
Spoofs.
for you, Ms. Dugan will do so.
I'm pulling up your call detail records for Donna Adelson.
Of course.
I mean, if you're going to open the door to the calls, we're going to open the door to all the calls. You brought up Donna's, location data. You brought up who she called on which day, and the fact of the matter, and specifically the date of the murder, and the witness Ann Cunningham, I feel like I'm yelling. Ann Cunningham's,
Let me know when you're ready and I'll give you the number.
Testified about that call.
To load.
If it needs time to load, I can ask some other questions and come back to this if you'd.
Your Honor, I would just ask that if we're going to provide the phone number, that we not do it so that it can be published to the media. If we can.
That's fine. Ms. Dugan, please handle your questioning on this matter discreetly so her phone number is not published to anyone watching.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, this is a really expensive nothing burger, Creative Minds. It really is.
You can approach the witness to show her anything that she may need to read concerning this matter.
This is just kind of baloney. I don't get it. Give me just 1 second, you guys. I'll be right back.
So am I showing you a contact with Annie Cunningham?
Correct.
Okay, and you don't need to say the number out loud, but is there a number next to it that begins with 845?
Correct.
Okay, 845 being the area code?
Yes.
Okay, that's the number we're looking for.
Okay.
And my question was there a phone call between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham the evening PM on the 18th of July, evening or night?
And to reiterate, it started with 845, correct?
Show you.
Please show it to her.
Okay, yeah. I see the number and I looked at the records for the evening of the 18th and I do not see a call to that number.
Okay, and that would be like in the afternoon, evening, or night that night of July 18th of 2014?
So starting from noon to noon on the 18th through midnight on the 18th, I don't see a call to that phone number.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we saw your presentation where one slide was kind of showing us what the raw records looked like, right?
Correct.
And the next slide was showing us an example of how a duplicate event looks. It can look like 3 entries, but it's actually one event, right?
Correct.
And then we saw the Sergeant Corbett's frequency reports for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
Okay. What is the purpose of a frequency report?
There's a lot of different purposes. So when I worked in law enforcement, I would do them for lots of different things. One of the things that you can do is just see who's the #1 caller for a particular person. Sometimes that's a significant other or family member. So that's one reason you can do a frequency analysis. Another is just to do more of a pattern of life and look at activity over matter of days, months, years.
Is another reason like to show a relationship between 2 parties, whether there is one at all, and if there is one, how often they talk
Yeah, that's definitely a reason.
in comparison to the other people they talk to?
Correct.
Do the frequency reports in Sergeant Corbett's presentation that we saw in your presentation, do those accurately reflect the call detail records?
They represent the raw data accurately, correct?
Right. They represent the raw data of the records accurately.
Correct.
And do they accurately reflect that Charlie Adelson is Donna Adelson's most frequent contact?
For that particular time span of June 23 through July, I think it's 22?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Okay. It's just that in Corbett's frequency reports, those are the raw records without duplicates taken out, right?
Correct.
When you reviewed his, and well, let me show you this. I'm going to show you from 73A, slide 20. Are you familiar with this slide of the presentation?
I might have seen it at some point.
Okay. Would this be a representation in Sergeant Corbett's presentation of 3 entries that are actually one event, like a duplicate event?
Potentially. I mean, I would like to see the feature flags or the call flags, but yes, based on the timestamps, the minutes, there's no seconds in this, but it does appear that this looks like a phone number is calling a phone number. It's being routed to what I know to be like an AT&T voicemail routing number, and then I see the first 2 numbers replicated. Again, I don't see the call type or the feature flags, but it does appear to be a 3-in-1 incident.
Okay. And when you reviewed Sergeant Corbett's testimony from this trial, did you review a portion where he explained that call we just saw, what a duplicate is, and that his frequency reports did contain duplicates?
Yes, there was some testimony that I reviewed that he did say that there was like voicemail routing events that could show as more than 1 line.
Okay. When we see throughout that presentation, when we see the call detail records for a particular day, let's just say the day of the murder in this case, July 18th, 2014, those summaries, the duplicates have been taken out, right?
Are you talking about like the slides that have just like the different rows?
Yes, for significant events in the
Correct.
case. Okay.
Yes.
And if you take out, if you were to go through that frequency report and you only took out the duplicates for Donna's records for Charlie and Donna communicating, right?
Correct.
If you were to go through that frequency report though and take out all the duplicates across the board, it would reduce the total amount of communications for each contact, right?
Correct.
Okay, but it wouldn't change the frequency ranking of each contact.
I'm not entirely sure about that because, as I mentioned, the first one, when I was trying to recreate Charlie's, there were 3 different documents, and at least 2 of the documents had like dates that overlap. So I'm not sure if you would, because you would have to also take out like the extra for those dates, so that might change the numbers slightly.
If it did, it would be slight though.
Yeah.
Okay. And your testimony was that for Donna Adelson's frequency analysis, just with Charlie Adelson, instead of 80 events, she actually had 69 when you take out the duplicates.
Connected and attempted.
Connected and attempted, okay. What do you think that shows that's helpful to the defense in this case?
I think it just goes to, when I look at records, I like to be precise with my numbers.
Okay. And when Sergeant Corbett testified, he did let the jury know that this contains duplicates though, right, for the frequency report?
I think he said that it does include voicemail forwarding events.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is he didn't say anything that was unreliable or inaccurate with that.
I think that being able to see exactly how many can be important.
Because it's 69 and not 80 when duplicates are taken out, does that mean that Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson don't have a relationship?
No.
And you still agreed that Charlie Adelson is still Donna Adelson's most frequent contact, right?
For that time period.
When we looked at Donna Adelson's frequency report, in your presentation and in Corbett's presentation, this one, right? Number 2 on that list is not an actual person, right?
I'd have to pull it up I don't have it memorized.
Okay. You want to pull yours up?
Sure.
Okay. Is the second ranking on that list her voicemail, AT&T voicemail routing number?
Correct.
Okay. So, and then 3rd place on that list of most frequent contacts is Harvey Adelson, her husband, with the 9032 number?
Correct.
I would just like to take a moment to appreciate and clap for what Sarah Dugan asked on cross because, quite frankly, we've all wanted to know, what is the BFD, ma'am? What does this actually show? That it's slightly less frequent? It's still very frequent. It's still, especially around the time of the murder. So let's all take a moment to clap for Sarah Dugan for asking the important question. And now back to testimony.
Okay. So Charlie Adelson would still be first, followed by the number of calls routed to voicemail.
Correct.
Where did you fly here from?
Portland, Oregon.
Okay. And how long did that take?
6-ish hours.
And was that paid for by you or paid for by the defense?
Paid for by the defense.
And how much are you charging for your work in this case?
The roll-off charge is $300 an hour.
And does that include the work that you did that we saw here in court prior to coming to court today?
Correct.
Okay. And does that include your travel?
Correct.
As far as $300 an hour during the time that you're spent traveling?
Correct. It's the company's policy.
Okay.
How much for
related to
testifying?
Testifying, is it that same amount?
Correct.
Do you know the total amount the defense has paid for your testimony here today?
I don't. The company does, but
Do you know about the amount of hours that you spent on this case, including travel?
the amount of hours on the total case, no. On travel, they just do a flat rate of 10 hours if I work over 10 hours. So for yesterday, so the trip for the trial would have been about 30 hours, so about $10,000.
Okay. Thank you.
$10,000. $10,000 to come up with 84 less calls and 89, whatever it was, minus, she came up with 69, so it was slightly less. I mean, that's a very, very, very expensive nothing burger.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Guay, did you prepare a written report that you provided to my office concerning the manual review of Charlie Adelson's phones? Or phone, with the frequency analysis for his contact with Donna Adelson?
Using Donna's records?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And using those records, you indicated that it reflected about 393. Would it be helpful to see your report for what your numbers were for unique call events from May 2nd to July 20th?
For using Donna's records to deduplicate
Yes.
between that time period, I think it was 211 deduplicated.
So 211 rather than 417?
From the May 2nd through July 20th.
Now, you indicated on cross that you did not locate a call between Annie Cunningham and Donna Adelson on July 18th of 2014, correct?
I did not see one.
Okay. Now, the records that are collected by call detour records, those are for communication events that are through the carrier.
Correct.
And so any communication event that took place through a third-party app would not be collected there.
Correct.
So for example, are you familiar with the apps WhatsApp and Viper?
Yes.
Okay. How did those show up on call detail records?
So any application, anything third party, really even FaceTime audio or FaceTime video is technically not, through the AT&T network. All of that activity would be a data transaction. So when you look at AT&T records for a data transaction, it's not going to show you individual items, for example, that you got an email and that was so many bytes sent on the network. It's just going to show you a time that the data session was open and how many bytes were received and how many bytes were sent from the handset to and from the network. So AT&T does show data transactions, but it's not going to show like a FaceTime audio or, you know, an email.
So in other words,
So in other words, it shows data transactions, but not what that specific data transaction was. Okay, fantastic. I don't see how this helps you.
you are using FaceTime audio or FaceTime or one of these apps, it's not going to, the number that you dial is not going to show up on the call detail records.
Correct.
It's going to show up on the data session that AT&T records report.
It would be lumped into the data session. You aren't going to see like what was being used for the data session.
And these data sessions, do they typically have like a certain time period that they last?
There, a lot of times on an AT&T record, you'll see a data session that can run up to about 60 minutes. You can have ones that run less than that, but AT&T data is kind of all over the board.
All right, I need to pause for a little fair use commentary, and this is my fair use commentary currently.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
And that's just how I feel. This is a big fat nothing burger.
Now, with these data sessions, you know, the way that our phones work, if you have your phone constantly having alerts pushed or emails pushed to your phone, those are going to show up how?
Again, if it's like, you know, let's say you have your email and you have it set to like give me a notification every time I get an email, that means that your phone has to be communicating with Google servers, Gmail servers, right? So that it knows when you get an email. So that's going to be lumped into these data sessions.
In the call detail records that you reviewed for Donna Adelson, specific as to July 18th of 2014, did those records reflect that Mrs. Adelson's phone was engaged in data sessions?
On the 18th, it was.
Was it consistent throughout the evening and night of July 18th, 2014, that Mrs. Adelson's device was engaged in data sessions?
There were data sessions throughout the day, including the evening.
So the entire time that she was driving with her husband on July 18th of 2014, her phone was connected to some tower engaged in a data session.
So the records don't give you like minute by minute, second by second. So when I look at data transmissions, data records, I look at the time when that data transmission was initiated, because in order for a data transmission to be initiated, the phone would have to be on and connected to the network, right? Your phone, if it's, you know, in airplane mode or, you know, off, it's not going to be able to reach the network. So the time when that data begins, the phone would have had to be on. When I see these things like 60 minutes, do I know with 100% certainty based on these records that the phone was on for the entire 60 minutes? I can't say that, but I do know at least at the beginning that phone was on and connected to the network. And I did see data transmissions throughout the day and the evening where the connected time was, you know, kind of throughout the day.
And so those data sessions, would those be consistent with Donna Adelson having a phone call with Annie Cunningham on either WhatsApp or Viper the night of July 18th of 2014?
It could be. I can't say if it was or wasn't.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
I mean, okay. Look, I don't understand. Okay, let me just say this. I don't really understand why the defense is harping on this in the way that they are, because at the end of the day, who gives a rat's fat kneecap?
What's that? This witness is only here for today under the defense subpoena.
Yes.
Look, here's the deal. I don't get what the big, this is not any aha moment. So the state asked about an actual call, right? There wasn't an actual call. It happened over WhatsApp or Viper. Who gives a rat's fat kneecap? It doesn't negate anything. So what if Donna was, upset on that phone call? That doesn't mean anything. People unalive people all the time. And they can be upset and sad that they unalived the person or they had the person unalived. It doesn't mean that they didn't have the person unalive or they didn't unalive. Look, people have people killed all the time. People kill people all the time, and they can be upset after the killing occurs. It doesn't negate the killing. That's my point. I don't even know why I'm using unalive. It's so ridiculous. Here we go.
Your Honor, she flies out this evening.
Do not permit recross, please approach.
Uh-oh. They don't, Judge Everett does not permit recross. Oh, Dugan's outfit is cute today. So Tess, Donna's, so far, Donna hasn't testified herself. However, it has been testified to that one of the advantages to using WhatsApp, besides its encryption, et cetera, is that when you are overseas, it is cheaper to use that app than it is to use your actual phone. So the theory or the reason is that it was just because either Donna was out of the country, the person she's calling is out of the country, and so as an effort to save money. I mean, let's be honest, contract killing is not cheap. I mean, they paid over $100,000 or roughly $100,000. That's a lot of money. That's nothing to sniff at. You know what I mean? So that's the reason. And you got to save money where you can, I guess.
Based on the witness's limited availability, I will permit the recross on the one question. Ms. Dugan, you may ask.
Yes, ask it, Miss Dugan. Let's hear it.
Defense asked, well, could there be a call to Annie Cunningham on WhatsApp or some app that you're not able to show? Was Donna Adelson the afternoon, evening, night of July 18th, 2014, was she using her phone to make voice calls and answer voice calls to and from people that night? Like, and when I say voice call, I mean like if I picked up my phone and called your phone, an ordinary voice call, was she using her phone in that manner with other people that night?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The defense need to redirect on that one point.
One question, and I'll keep it at one. Ms. Guay, can you pull up the phone records for Ms. Adelson on the night of July 18th of 2014?
Give me a second.
That wasn't the wrong question, was
No, that was preparatory.
All right.
I love Judge Everett. That's it. That was your one question.
Can you tell us how many calls from 8:30 p.m. until 1 a.m. you see in Mrs. Adelson's records?
3.
Nothing further.
That's why you may step down.
Thank you.
Later, Kelsey. Witness
Very
Kelsey.
brief witness the defense can call before the lunch break.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I want to see if Ms. Cunningham is back.
Oh, mentor lawyer.
Predict how long the state's cross is going to be of our next two witnesses. I can't say with any degree of certainty how long it will take.
We'll take our lunch break then at this point.
What?
Is Ms. Cunningham available?
She's supposed to be returning from the airport, Judge.
Okay. Members of the jury, at this time, we will take our lunch break for today. Please do not discuss this
Lame.
case with each other or any other person. Do not seek out any additional information about this matter that has not been discussed in court as well. We will resume with our case at 12:45. Enjoy your lunch break. You can call before the lunch break.
Yeah, that's it. All right. Well, this is where I leave you guys. Now listen. I'm going to be watching, okay? And my intent is to go live tonight. All right. However, if Donna Adelson is the next witness or Donna Adelson is called today, I'll go live. I'll go live and cover Donna Adelson's testimony. Because, well, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. There's been a rumor floating, and I don't have the witness list. Okay? I don't know it. The rumor that is floating is that Charlie Adelson is a defense witness. I cannot confirm, I cannot substantiate that rumor because I don't have the witness list. And let me go, hold on, but there is something that I can do. Just let me Google something really, really quick. Hang on a minute. Let me see if I can. Just give me a moment. Let's see. Where is she? Let's see. Hold on. Here it is. There should be a, let's see. Let's see this. Not that. Hold on. All right, let's see this one. Give me just a second, you guys, because there are some ones. I looked at this, I believe. Let me just check. Yeah, not this. Give me just a second, you guys, okay? Because I just want to make sure that there isn't a witness list. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Nope, that's not it. I just want to go through these all so I can make sure. All right, here's Magbanua. Okay. This is the order to, let's see. That's the order. That's it. Okay, hold on. That's it. There's nothing, there's no witness list that I can find on Donna's court docket. So I can, and there is no, more than that, there is not a request or an order. Let me just make sure really quick. I'm pretty sure I didn't see it, but let me just make sure. I did not see a request from the defense or anybody else. Let's see. I can see the one for Katie Magbanua for deposition. Let's see. Yeah, that's Katherine Magbanua. Let's see. Yeah, There is nothing respective to Charlie Adelson being a witness, being transported, any of that. Does that mean that it didn't happen? No. Because if what are we laughing at? What I say? Creative Minds, could you email that to me if you don't mind? Because I would actually like to take a look at that. If you have let me drop my email in the chat for you, because it's not that I don't doubt it. It's just that it's not on her docket, which doesn't mean anything. Hold on a second. Let me put this in the chat. Like it doesn't mean that it didn't happen, but what I'm not seeing, what I would like to see is, okay. Charlie was transferred out of Florida to a different state to serve his sentence. Okay. And what I really would like to see is the request from the state to transport Charlie to Florida. Because as I understand it, hold on a second. Let me Google something else. Because as I understand it, let me look at this. I don't want to watch a video. Hold on, you guys. I'm sorry for the quiet. I know it's annoying to have. All right, so all right. All right, let me look. I got an email, so let me just look. Excuse me. Did y'all hear my ankle pop? All right, let me see. Let's see. Okay, that Wendy's not going to be able to testify because that was, oh, she's got Susan there. Susan was there. I'll just share this with you guys. Hang on just a second. Let me, let me see if I can. Actually, let me download it. And I'll put it as an overlay. That'll work. Let me put it as an overlay. That should work. All right. So, as you can see, these are the people set to testify. Obviously, Wendy's out. I don't see Charlie on here. Hold on. Let me look. Charles Adelson is at the very bottom. But this, is recent. This was filed 7/21/2025. So this is the newest. I don't understand why Wendy Adelson is on there because that subpoena was quashed. So I don't know about that. But I'll tell you, let's see. Charlie Adelson was transferred to a prison in South Dakota. I do not. Let me see. What I'm looking for and what would be really interesting to see is an order for transfer back to Florida. Specific, and I could have sworn, let me Google it again. Hold on a second, because I remember seeing something. All that they have is the Vine notification about him being moved. So let's see. I just can't find anything that, I mean, you can put anybody you want on your witness list. Ask Lori Fallow Daybell Esquire. Doesn't necessarily mean they'll be called. And the fact of the matter is, I need to see something that says Charlie is in Leon County Jail. I guess I could look it up. Let me see. Let me see if I can do an inmate search. Leon County Jail inmate search. Let's look. Let's look it up. Charlie. Oh. I don't. Okay. Apparently, let's try this a different way. Is his government name Charles? Let's try it this way. I don't think his government name is Charles, but let's look. Well, it is his, let's see what's going on here. It does appear let's see. All right, so there was an order to transport. He is in the Leon County Jail. So I just like to make sure, like, you know how I am. I need to know with my own, I need to see it with my own eyes. I need to hear it with my own ears. He's there. Does that mean he'll testify? I don't know. I don't think so. And here's why. Okay. Because at the end of the day, he's going through appeals and he's basically hung his hat for any hope of relief on this appeal, on these appeals, I should say. So without some kind of immunity deal or some type of deal, why would he testify? For either the state or the defense, quite frankly. I mean, the defense can't offer him anything, right? So why would he get up there and run the risk of further incriminating himself? I mean, I know in his mind at the time, he thought that he did fantastically on the stand. That was delusion. And perhaps after the fact, he's had time to reflect and maybe been humbled a little bit and realizes, yikes on bikes, that was a horrible idea. I won't be doing that again. I cannot imagine a set of circumstances under which Charlie Adelson would actually testify. I think that he would do exactly what Wendy did and just plead the fifth. And for the state's part, okay, Katherine Magbanua got up there and testified, and she had nothing to gain from it. The state didn't offer her anything, and why would they? They got the conviction. That's it. That's all. And if I remember correctly, I feel like what Katherine Magbanua is hoping for is to have the state petition the judge to reduce her sentence so that she is eligible for parole. And I agree with this. Jesse says, Dan Rashman, Dan Rash, which I love it, was going to use the extortion defense for Donna, but her new lawyers are throwing Charlie and Wendy under the bus, so Charlie would hurt her defense. Absolutely. Absolutely. We still don't know what Donna's actual defense is, other than, okay, okay. The witnesses thus far that have been called, there have been 3, all right? The first witness is going to be called back. She was apparently on her way to the aeropuerto, and she's returning. So she will be testifying again, evidently. Was Ann Cunningham. Ann Cunningham is a friend of the Adelson family, Donna specifically. Donna called her the evening that Dan Markel was shot, apparently over WhatsApp, and was just distraught, boo-hooing all over the place. So sad. What does that prove? Nothing. All right. Then, second person to take the stand was Ann Cunningham's life partner, who said that Donna and Harvey always intended to return from Vietnam for their grandson's bar mitzvah, except for the fact that there was no return ticket, and so there's no proof of that. I mean, a bar mitzvah is a huge deal in the Jewish community. It's a religious event. It's a BFD. Okay? It is. And yet, Donna's and Harvey's trip left in November of 2023. The bar mitzvah was to take place in January of 2024. So, being that this was such a huge deal, why was there no return ticket? At the end of the day, that those 2 witnesses were patently unhelpful. It didn't prove anything. because I don't give a rat's fat kneecap what Donna told them. It's not words. It's with words without action are meaningless. So she could have said all day long, all week long and twice on Sunday, oh, I totes intended to, we're coming back. We would not miss that bar mitzvah for the world. We would move. I believe the testimony was they would move heaven and earth to attend the bar mitzvah. But apparently, buying a return ticket from Vietnam back to the United States does not fall under the category of moving heaven and earth. They would do anything except for that. Does that make sense? No, not to me anyway. So those two witnesses were not helpful. Then we have the third witness, who is a digital forensics examiner. And I'm not moved about her being paid at all. Like that never impresses me, because quite frankly, everybody sitting in that courtroom, except for the defendant and the gallery, are all getting paid. Who cares? Who cares? All it proves to me is that they spent a lot of money, the defense did, on a witness that presented nothing. What did she really refute? That the call frequency between Donna and Charlie Adelson was only slightly less frequent than the state testified? What does that prove? Nothing. It doesn't make their whole the state's entire analysis of the forensic digital data wrong. It's not like they made up a whole event like from the black box like we saw in the Karen Reed trial. It's not like they got up there and it's not like the state got up there and testified that there was it clearly shows a call at 2:27 a.m., but the call was not actually made at 2:27. It was made, or the Google search, was not made at 2:27 a.m. It was really made at 6 a.m. And it was at the request of the defendant, except for the person doing the Googling didn't even Google what the defendant allegedly asked them to Google in the first damn place. That makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. Like, come on. Thank goodness the jurors are allowed to use common sense when evaluating and weighing the evidence, because that was preposterous. And if this is any indication of the rest of the defense's case in chief, Donna, you going to prison, girl, for life. You getting convicted. Absolutely convicted. That's it. That's all. Oh, thank you very much, Jen. Thank you for gifting a membership. I appreciate that, babe. Thank you. Irina, welcome. Welcome to the ward. Thank you very much, babe. That was super generous. I appreciate that. So what is this expensive point? You spent a lot of money and proved nada. So what was the point? Right, Jesse. Thank you. Where was the jailhouse daughter going to put the grand piano? Cell block C? I mean, is there, I'm sure there's maybe they thought, she could liquidate it, sell it. I don't know. Oh, thank you, Jonah. Thanks. Thank you, babe. I mean, what, And then we have, speaking of the jailhouse daughter, we have the script. Girl, listen, I know that handwriting expert witness testimony was kind of dry and a little tedious, but at the end of the day, Donna, you wrote that. Nobody forged your signature. This isn't Heather's, where Veronica can just can forge anybody's handwriting. This isn't that. You did it. And there are easier things to sell. For the love of Pete. Like how is there, I mean, what do you guys suppose? I would imagine there's not a huge market for a grand piano. You know, there's tons of easier things to sell. Tons. Exactly. And who else would write it? Who else would benefit from writing a script for Donna, for the love of Pete? Nobody. Nobody. What it shows, in my opinion, is Donna's desperation. And when Donna gets desperate, Donna does dumb things. Dumb things. They are, you know what they have on you, Donna. You've seen your discovery. You know how they're going to connect you to Charlie and Wendy because you will at least watch part of Charlie's trial for the love of Pete. And yet here you are. Like somebody isn't going to snitch you out. And correct me if I'm wrong, Donna, but did you or did you not take the stand in a pretrial hearing to make an attempt at bond and talk about how you were being extorted in jail and how the inmates in there were horrific? Why in the actual F would you do this? You're the exact kind of person an inmate would turn on and snitch out in a hot second. And not one, but 2 inmates did. Sold you right down the river. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And nobody is going to now with those jail inmates. And you're not above commingling with people that you think are below you, beneath you. Because initially her whole attitude was, we would never have anything to do with Garcia or Magbanua or Rivera. Why would we know those people? Why? Why would we were being extorted by them. And they did. I meant to mention this. Okay, hold on a second. I forgot about this part, Jesse, and I want to get your thoughts on this. Give me just a second. Where's that? Here we go. So remember how we were talking about the extortion defense? Well, I don't know if you heard this, but Anne Cunningham testified that she was also told that they were being extorted by Katherine Magbanua. I mean, so is the extortion defense completely off the table? Not sure. And this too. Jesse says, tempting a drug addict in recovery with promises of free prescriptions from a doctor on the outside should bury any hope of sympathy from the jury. 111 billion%. That was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting that she did that. But again, it does go to when Donna feels trapped, when Donna feels desperate, what does she do? Stupid ass shit. Reckless stuff. Completely reckless. What time did they say they were going to be back? Hold on a minute. They've been gone for 30 minutes. I should just stay live. Let me share my screen. Hold on a second. Let me see who the next. see who the next witness is. What do you guys think? You willing to chill with me for a little bit? I think we have, hold on a minute. Let me see.
Resume with our case at 12:45. Enjoy your lunch break.
35 minutes? We got 35 minutes to go. What do you guys think? Should we stay? All right, let's stay. Let's stay. All right, cool. I'll stay live. Hold on. Let me just, my daughter just texted me, so just give me a sec, okay? Hold on a second. I'm sorry. All right. So we're just going to stay. But let's, ouch. We're staying. We're staying, Tess. I've decided to stay. You know, I am such an Aquarius. Whew. We're going to stay. We're going to stay. I just cannot figure out, like, oh, should we, you want to see that? We can play that. Hold on. Let's play Charlie's, ride. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me put this on. Let me put this over here so we don't have ads. Hold on. Let me see. All right. So, whoa. Let me share this with you guys. It's from Tanika's 2 cents, friend of the channel. We participate. We covered a lot of Sarah Boone. Let me just make sure. Yeah, it's not on members only or anything like that, because I don't, you guys know me. I ain't trying to be dirty. All right, so let me get it to here. Let me just see. She does a really excellent job with this. So let me just get it to where actually Charlie is being transported. All right. And let me just share her link with you. All right, hold on just 1 second. Here's the video in the chat. Okay, let me share this tab over here. I also like the title she gave this. He's going back to tally, tally, tally. It's going back to tally. Psh, I don't think so. I do love some LL Cool J. All right, here we go. Let's watch this.
Get out the motherfucker before us. What's wrong with this man? Man, you got questions. That's all. You got questions. You got more motherfucking questions. Questions. You got questions.
I don't know about this music, you guys. I feel like I'm gonna. Hopefully, it's fine.
I mean, do your job. You ain't got nothing to worry about. Right there.
That man spread on Charlie, like a New Yorker.
Now, just really quickly, I just want to take a moment to pause and hang on a second. Acknowledge what's happening here. All right. Notice how Charlie's being transported. Okay. Is MK here? MK Lynn, are you in the chat? I don't see MK. All right, let me know if he's in the chat, y'all. I do miss I haven't seen MK in a minute. But anyway, Tisha Lynn, remember how she was transported? Yeah. Yeah. And look how she acted.
So we just pulled into Wendy's.
Charlie probably ain't ever been so excited to see Wendy's in his whole life. Although I do think it's interesting they went to Wendy's because obviously, hold on, let me put this here. Can't really see if Charlie's saying anything. Hold on. I'd have to.
Is it me or do those seeds look so shallow? Nope.
They're very shallow. Hold on. All right, so Rachel wants to know who's getting him Wendy's. The state. The state is getting him Wendy's. The state is getting him Wendy's. The cops. I don't know about this music because honestly, you guys, like, ugh. I mean, if she uses Epidemic, I'm fine. If she uses someone else, I'm not. Even if it is YouTube. Hold on. If it's YouTube, I should be fine too. Let's speed this up a little. Just listen to the, hold on. Just watch it. No audio. Either. Hands in the front. Hands in the front. All right, here he goes. He's going to get his Wendy's. Let's see. Let me turn it up just a scotch. No, I cannot do this music.
There was no audio here. I'm not covering up. It didn't pick it up. So I don't know if he's talking. The door hasn't opened yet. You'll see it, the light shine in when it opens. But maybe he could see him through the window. I'm not sure. Or he's talking to himself.
Who are you talking to, Charlie? You singing along to the music? They pumping music back there for you? What's happening? Apparently, he got Wendy's. We'll see you in a moment. I mean, he's talking to somebody, but who? Who are you talking to? Now you got me like a bootleg Hogwarts owl, bro. They should be back in like 15 minutes, so. I mean, I just appreciate Tanika getting this, and I know she's super cool about letting people share as long as she gets credit. So I do appreciate that about her. I really do. You guys go sub up. She's done some also really incredible stuff with Sarah Boone. She had Sarah Boone's hearing in family court, and she just showed that this weekend. Bruh, Sarah is still a monster. Ain't learned nothing. Has not. He does look like Daniel Stern from Home Alone. Sarah Boone has learned absolutely, positively nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. She is still as entitled and as rude and, still says the same kind of like phrases and just everything. She has not changed or learned. Yes, Rachel. Yes, she is. She is worse. Okay, Rachel says, I'd say Sarah is worse than ever, but it's not possible to get worse. Listen, Sarah excels at everything. Maybe you forgot that Sarah Boone excels at everything, that she was a straight A student. Did you forget? Because she excels at everything, including getting worse, because she absolutely positively got worse. I don't know how, and she's also very yelly. Like, I know that I have a loud voice and I can tell when I'm yelling, like right now, which is why I've decided, hey, bro, like, come on, Jen. Nobody needs to hear you in stereo. That's ridiculous. Okay? Like, you're being too loud. I recognize that. All right? She's even more yelly than normal, but she's not in person. It's video. So it's like extra screechy. I don't understand how it could be more screechy. And one of the things that, I was like, made me really sad is Brian is up there. He's testifying. Okay. And he says, when I get there talking about like how expensive it gets for there to be like, Sarah wants access to her son the same way she wants access via phone calls to her attorneys. 25/8. I know there's only 24 hours in a day and there's only 7 days in a week, but for Sarah, 25/8. And Brian was like, it gets expensive, and certainly if there's a birthday, Mother's Day, holiday, we can work that out. But I think once a week is enough. And he said that the last time that Sarah spoke with their son, that he ended up being really upset. And I think that's just completely indicative of who Sarah is, as if we needed more proof. Oh, I should, Rachel. Let me see what I can gather up, and maybe I'll make like my own video of it all put together to roast. I can do that. All right, hold on a second. Let's listen.
Man, thank you so much, man.
Charlie, we are across the street from the jail. I'll go as slow as I can, but you eat what you. I ain't gonna. You eat it all. I'm not gonna take you out the van until you're done. You good?
Any chance I could just take one cup off? I'll take the diet and eat. Stand up.
Sit down. Sit down.
Sit down.
Sit your ass down, boy.
We'll get there.
It's hot as fuck. Thank you so much for investing.
Little fist bump. And he's got his Wendy's. He's
Let's
about
see,
to
what
shut
did
out.
he get
So
from
see, here's
Wendy's?
this, like, it's a small checkered print. In the photo that Joel had, the jacket, he didn't have his arms through the sleeves. He just had it over him, like going through security at airport. Or going through, yeah, that's right.
Mm-mm-mm.
Is that a nugget and some sauce?
Oh, he eats
What kind of
chicken
sauce is that?
nuggies.
Barbecue? He's like, oh my God. Prison must be really bad if Wendy's is tasting that good.
Wow. All right. So, yeah, anyway, if you, Rachel, do you have my email, right, babe? I think we've emailed before. Could you do me a solid? Will you help me keep an eye out for that? Because you guys know that, I am like doing 11 billion things at a time, and sometimes I forget. So if you could do me a big, huge favor, and help me keep an eye out for that so I can like make a video. Cause I mean, certainly I would have like, I guess I could request it. I mean, I still have a Florida driver's license. I haven't changed it yet. It took me a long time. I was in Florida for a minute because I still had a valid Texas driver's license. I was in Florida for like a hot minute until it expired. And then I had to go get a Florida driver's license. And even then I didn't want to give it up. But now I don't really, I heard that the area where I'm at, the DMV, is like notoriously slow. It takes 7 years. So, you know, it is what it is. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it so much, Rachel. You're the best. I think he's happy to have fountain drinks because I don't know what the jail or what prison allows. But I mean, he is really wow, he's really like excited for soda. Oh, he's dipping his fries in the sauce. Psychopath. But he looks even more wild-eyed than normal, than before. Like, bruh, what are you doing? I need to help. Let me look at this really quick. I need to help Tanika with her watermark. Let me help her with that. Just so you can see her whole channel. Because see how you can only see right here, just 2. Can't make out the rest. I'm going to help her with that because I want people to be able to see her whole. I think her channel name is super cute too. I like Tanika. And you do learn to eat fast, Tanika. Have you ever seen anybody, like, you only have a certain amount of time in jail and prison to eat? And like, so you cannot be like monkeying around. You cannot be playing. It's serious business at chow time. Listen, we learned from Letitia how serious, and this is her term, chow time, chow hall. It's chow. We've heard her talk about how, you know, she gets very excited about the food. So this is him being transported. Hold on, let me get over here to this and see. Yeah, this is recent. This is him coming from South Dakota back to Florida. He's going back to Tally. There it goes. It's better on this. It's going back to Tally. I don't think so. I need to remember the rest of that. He is such a loser. Maybe they didn't let him, Kimberly. Maybe they were like, no, bro, no Frosty for you. You're on punishment, remember? Let's see. Got about 15 minutes. And then the next thing I want to show you just for the last few minutes is Donna's arrest at the airport. Un momentito, por favor. All right, hold on a second. Oh, crap. I don't want to add a bookmark. I don't want to. Here's what I want to do. All right. All right. So there's that. Let me stop sharing that. All right. Let's share this. This is on Law and Crime. Hold on a minute. I forgot to do what I needed to do. Hold on. Sorry, you guys. All right, let's watch Donna's video. All right, and I shall be right back. All right, because Donna be doing too much. Absolutely, completely too much. All right, here we go.
Hi, how are you? You have your ID?
Your cell phone? No, I don't want to give it to you. Why do I have to? Because my attorney said not to. Why do I have to give it to you? This is evidence. Evidence. She's under arrest. I have to go with it. I have to go. I have to look at the Let me help you out. No, I have to stay. Please don't do this. Don't stay. You need to grab the bags. Take the bags. Yeah. And you need to wait outside. Okay.
My husband's almost 80 years old. He can't come with me?
Please, can I go? No, you can't join me there. Oh, don't do this, please.
Please.
Oh,
Someone's got to help him get home. This is terrible. You can't do this. This is insane.
You can hold on to that for me? Is that okay with you?
Please, you don't have that with handcuffs on. She's not going anywhere. Please. Please.
Do you have anything in your pocket?
No.
Do you have anything of value in you?
No, I
Plus you have a necklace on. You can take the necklace. Yeah, take it off. Yeah. And the earrings. And the earrings, the rings, take everything. You give it to your husband. Because once you arrive at County Jail, they're gonna make you remove all that.
Can I call my attorney?
You can. You have a passport already?
Where am I going?
Just hold up anything.
Where am I going?
You're going to the Dade County Jail. Dade County Jail.
Broward County, right?
No, this is right here. The one on top.
I'm sorry, remove your earrings? No.
1 minute.
Go back. Yeah, we'll go back out and just.
You're making a mistake. It's another mistake. There's two mistakes.
Do me a favor and try to take the ring off. If you can get this off for me.
Can you take it off, please, Donna? I don't want to hurt her. Please.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Please.
It's getting there. Hold on, honey. Listen to me.
Yeah. I'll call.
Get in an Uber. Go home.
I will.
Take
I will.
it easy.
I will.
All right?
Yes.
Here, honey.
If there's anything else in her person that she wants to
Oh, it's coming, sweetheart. It's coming. Just a second.
Do you have her driver's license by any chance?
I'm sorry?
Her driver's
It's in my
Yeah.
it's in my purse.
Yeah.
Have it, yeah, then you could give her a call. Sure. Do
It's
you need her
almost there.
passport, or can I give it to the husband? The passport can I give it to
What's up?
Where is it?
It's in the blue and white. It's in the blue and white.
Yeah, but I'm gonna get her driver's license for it. Yeah.
And the license, the address on your license is correct?
Yes.
She needs all her, details.
When she goes to the jail,
they work with the hospital.
They're all in here, though.
Yes, they work. If I take them here, what will happen is when you go there, they possibly toss them out. So when you go to there, you will meet the nurse and the doctor, and then they'll work in conjunction with the hospital to get you whatever you need.
Yeah, but I don't have a list with me. I know what's.
Driver's license?
Yes. I have a.
Is it multiple or is it just one or two?
No, there's a bag of medication in here. Is that what you're asking me?
She can take medication. No, I know. I was just trying to find out if it was like one or two. Yeah, if it was one or two, then she maybe could take the name down.
Do you need anything else from her?
Can I ask
So
you
we're good to
something?
go?
Can someone just get my husband outside and so?
I'll get him. The gentleman here will assist him in any way.
Wait, I have the ring. Hold on.
Let me have the ring, please. No, I'll take it.
This is crazy.
Okay.
All right, so I don't have the meds, honey. They're all in here.
Give me 1 moment, please. Hold the body. 1 moment.
Thank you.
All right, but look at, everybody talks about how, histrionic and hysterical Donna gets, right? But, sorry. Hold on, I just have to charge my phone. All right, let me put my earbuds on. My earphones. Headphones. I can't even talk. My earphones. Let me turn it one around backwards like Donna did. All right. Everybody talks a lot about how histrionic Donna is, how emotional she is. She's cool as a cucumber in a bowl of hot sauce right now. Like this is not affecting her in the least at all. She's fine. Okay. But what is she actually doing? Controlling stuff. I need my medicines. Can somebody take my husband outside? Like, come on, Donna. You're not in control here, lady. The men that put you in the handcuffs that are carrying those weapons, they're in control, bro. Yes, she's acting like, oh, this is an annoyance. Like she's going to be able to do a walkthrough. You know what I mean? Like like she's going for a ticket. And then she's just going to do a walkthrough. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is priceless to me. Priceless. Look at her. Let's watch the perp walk. Let's watch the perp walk. Well, you're getting your steps in now, Donna. I'm gonna get hit for this music, so let's just mute it. Maybe not. Probably not. Some kind of weird music. I like that they have at this airport all kinds of beverages to drink, and Heineken has its own stand. Things you miss when you're no longer in Florida. It's like 8 o'clock at night, you guys, by the way, that, you know. I'm muting the music. The music is annoying. We can read the, hold on. They're all just making like small talk, and Donna's just like, bruh, I'm doing the purple hook. I can't believe this is happening right now. I totally thought that I wouldn't get caught. And the thing of it is, what's important to remember about the whole situation that's occurred here is that they didn't hear about the, we should listen to the music. I'll just turn it up a little. I can listen. What'll end up happening is if I get a copyright claim for the music, I'll just mute the music. It's not that big of a deal. In fact, let me actually do this. Let me turn it from normal to 1.5 because that we can still see what's being said, but it does help. And also kind of makes it funnier watching her walk fast. Look at her. Anyway, like they didn't hear that phone call for a few days. Okay, after all of this. Like they were behind, the law enforcement was behind the eight ball. Jen says, I'm a model, you know what I mean? And I do my little turn on the catwalk. On the catwalk, yeah. You know, I always enjoy being able to watch the universe at work. That's what I'm celebrating here, is the universe at work. The universe is balancing the scales, as it always does. And sometimes you get lucky enough to watch the universe balance those scales. All right, they're going to throw her in the back of the car now. Let's see what she's got to say.
Okay, we want to thank Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this body cam video. I mean, I think it's pretty...
Fitting? Perfect. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, you're welcome.
Just so you guys know, I have the court on the other screen, so don't worry, we're not going to miss 1 second of the next witness they're about to call.
Okay, okay, I'll do that. Huh? Yeah. No, that's okay. I'm gonna leave it like that. Let me.
Oh, it's hard to see it from here. Okay, this is the date, 2023, 11/13. This is the time.
Let me leave the camera.
The address on the license is good.
Huh?
The address on the license
That's a camera, okay? Recording.
Yeah, they're recording you, Donna. Feel free to make any guilty admissions you would like. Absolutely nothing learned, Rachel. He was not wrong. Nothing learned at all. Yes, J13 justified. The fates have now understated and karma has no expiration date. The actual crime, 2014 Kimberly. This has been a long road. A very long road. There was 2 years in between the crime and then even the hitman getting arrested. It happened on July 18th of 2014. Rivera and a long time. Rivera didn't even talk to the cops and tell them what had happened until October of 2016. In May of 2016 is when Sigfredo and Rivera were arrested, and the bump happened in April of 2016.
What?
Oh, now she has water.
Okay.
I'm going to check you first, okay? So stay still. Anything you have that may pinch me? I have nothing on. I still gotta ask. No, I have nothing. Still gotta ask.
Yeah, still gotta ask. Hey, while we're all waiting for you, hit that thumbs up on the screen for me. Click this right here. Click the little, I appreciate it.
I'm gonna give you some to the front, okay?
On 14 Kilo, second floor, door 17 at United.
1928 at 109, right?
She's clean, let her go.
And then I took a 15 with 3105, and I was arrival at 2035.
You're gonna help you. Look at her. Oh, she got her nails done and everything. Adam, thank you one.
Just get air conditioner on this car.
Well, the air condition doesn't go to the back because of the vent, because of the plastic.
Can we open this a little bit then? Absolutely. That's fine. You'll be freezing. You'll be glad you have it.
Is that better? Can you hear me better now? Let me just check something really quick. Okay, hold on. Yeah, everything seems to be okay. Yeah, she's sitting in the back of the car. Just turn this down a little bit. That should be better. Then you guys should be able to hear me. I would love to know what's going on inside of Donna's brain right now. Like, what is she thinking? You know? Oh, they've got to water her again. She's very dry, very dehydrated. Give me a break, Donna. This is the level of dramatics, really. Like, she's needy. She's not like freaking out or crying or scared or anything. It's all about, you know, ugh, I need a drink. My mouth is parched. Like, come on. Parched from all those lies. Now she needs to know how long we're going to sit here. Oh, wrong thing. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, whatever information he took from you, I guess that's what he was missing, so he's going to enter that in the back.
Okay. So The next place is what? The warrant? What did you say?
Huh?
What did you say the next place was?
Well, see, what happened is the warrant that they have from you is from out of Leon County.
When did they issue a warrant?
So what happened is we have to take you to our warrants room for that information to get entered, and then after that gets entered, before we can take you to the jail, to the local jail.
Okay, because I didn't know there was a warrant. How would I know that?
Well, we wouldn't have been able to take you if there wasn't something in place.
So aren't they supposed to inform? Aren't they supposed to inform me
No.
if there was a warrant for me?
Well, I don't know the details.
I don't either.
They had a warrant. And you the gentleman that you met earlier in the plain clothes.
Yes.
Right. And they were supposed to inform you of whatever, and then because it's a county warrant, that's how we became involved.
Okay. Yeah.
Excuse me, Donna, why are you acting brand new? This is the exact same procedure. They're back.
All right, Mr. Zellman, were you able to obtain Miss Cunningham, or was she able to return?
She has returned.
Okay.
Judge, can we approach on scheduling matters?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. All right, so look here. At the end of the day, I don't know why Donna's acting brand new. All right. Frankly, you know how it worked when Charlie got arrested. Okay. Charlie was arrested locally initially. The law enforcement in the area where the person resides is in charge of enforcing the warrant. Okay. So the local police go and they pick you up. They take you back to the county. They take you back to whatever local jail there is. They book you in. They inform the county where the warrant is out of. If it's an extraditable warrant, which this is, all right. They inform the county where this is. Okay. Hey, where the warrant's out of. Hey, we got you. We got your warrant over here. They're detained. They're sitting in the jail. And then I don't know if to look it up. Violet, I think so, but I don't remember. I feel like there is, but I'm not sure. Anyway, so they then Leon County, who is the one that issued the warrant, is going to come and get her. And Leon County will drive her from the Dade County Jail up to Tallahassee, where Leon County is, and that's where you'll sit. Then you'll have your first appearance. You'll be denied bail because you're a freaking flight risk. And don't say you're not a flight risk, bro. They apprehended you at the damn airport with a ticket, a one-way ticket to Vietnam, who does not have an extradition contract or agreement, treaty, whatever, with the United States. So it's considered a non-extraditable country. Okay. As if that weren't bad enough, it's a non-extraditable country, and on top of it, you have a one-way ticket. Those are all indicators of not intending to return. That makes you a flight risk. That's why you'll be denied bail. Oh, okay. Creative Mind says no. There's no video of Charlie's arrest. He got the SWAT team treatment. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe I forgot to tell you guys this. Remember David the Apostle and Axe Michelle? Y'all, they were arrested on a federal warrant in Tampa, Wednesday or Thursday. And I'm not special. Let me just put that out there. The indictment is public. I found the indictment. Y'all won't believe what the accusations are. Okay. Please put a 1 in the chat if you would like to go over the further hijinks, exploits of the Apostle and Michelle. If you would like for me to go over that, Please put a 1 in the chat and I will gladly do it. I'm not sure when let me see how today goes. Who's going to be next? Who's on first? What's on second? And, but I will schedule it because, bruh, it's about damn time. Oh, yay. I'm seeing some 1s in the chat. I do. The further exploits of David and the Apostle and Michelle. Oh boy, you guys, they're in big trouble, big trouble. This is federal, so obviously, we're not going to be privy to any trial that may occur because, but we can definitely watch the news footage of them being arrested. And the SWAT showing up at the house. So, Kelly and Brandy, un momentito, and I will send you, I'm going to put a video in the chat that will explain to you all just who the Apostle and Michelle are. Please bear with me while I get this for you. Just 1 second. Let's see.
You can bring in the jurors at this point.
This is a roast that Dr. B and I did several years back. And there are other videos out there that are, obviously straight informative, but, hold on a second. There we go. But this one is informative and funny. So here you are. Oh, it's a mess. It's a mess, Brandy. It's a mess. It's absolutely a mess, but you definitely want to see this. At least you'll get some background. You'll understand who he is and what the deal is. And
for everyone observing in the gallery, please turn your phones off once again.
Yeah, turn your phones off, y'all. You're not at a baseball game. You're in a courtroom. Have some coos.
Please be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful break period. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's case in chief. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Oh, they're going to call Annie Cunningham back. Hopefully this isn't going to be too long. I don't know how long I'll be able to stream, but because I promised Chicky Nugget Pot Pie that we would make
remain under oath from being previously sworn.
Excuse me, Judge Everett, I don't want to interrupt you, but I promised Chicky Nugget we would make a pineapple upside down cake today. So, all right.
Just going to remind you, you are to tell the truth in this matter. You may be seated, and at this point, you will be examined. You may examine when you're ready.
Thank you. If you could pull that microphone down, Ms. Cunningham.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be Jackie.
I have a question about your use of cell phone service, and we touched briefly on things like WhatsApp, and what was the other one you said you use?
Viber.
Okay, Viber. When you communicated with Mrs. Adelson, did you routinely use one of those apps?
Quite often, yes.
Which app did you use mostly?
WhatsApp or Viber.
Okay. All right, and as opposed to picking up and using the cell phone service, you would use those instead?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
So you had gone to the airport after your last testimony, right?
That is correct.
And returned to the courthouse?
Yes.
To tell us what, that you used Viber or WhatsApp to make
Yes.
that phone call?
Yes.
So it wasn't a regular phone call?
Correct.
Okay, so you misspoke earlier, or it just wasn't clear?
No, I said she called me.
Okay, and she called you and made a regular phone call on June 23rd, the month before the murder, right?
I don't recall many, she made many phone calls.
And she called you on a regular line on July 20th, just 2 days after the murder. Do you recall that?
If you say so.
Okay, and July 21st.
The objection?
Yeah, the witness is not being shown the evidence that she's being confronted with.
I believe she is not
Doesn't
asked, or she is not asked to recall, or, let me clear this up. Ms. Cunningham, do you need to see the items that the state is referring to refresh your recollection?
Do I?
Would
Yes,
you like
if
to see them?
if I spoke with her, I spoke with her.
Okay, so you have no reason to contest that you spoke with her via regular phone call, June 23rd, July 20th, and July 21st.
If it's in the record, yes.
But you're saying it was a WhatsApp or a Viber on the 18th?
Yes, they were in the car, and they often called on those apps in the car.
Would it surprise you to learn that WhatsApp didn't offer voice calls until March of 2015?
Then it was on Viber.
Must have been Viber, huh? Nothing further.
Redirect examination of the witness. You may step down, Ms. Cunningham. All right. We are certain she's good to leave at this point.
Sure hope so, Judge.
Have a safe travels.
Thank you.
Please call your next witness.
Defense will call Richard Chagrin.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please
Thank
adjust
you.
the microphone as you need to.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Richard Chagrin.
Mr. Chagrin, how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I met them 37, 38 years ago. They're best friends. The wife was the president and CEO of a nonprofit. I was chairman of the board.
And you grew close with Donna and her husband, Harvey Adelson?
When I first met my wife 36 years ago, we formed a gourmet club, and they were part of the gourmet club. And we met probably every 2 to 3 months. And then as the years progressed, we became friendlier and went on a number of vacations with them.
Okay, you say gourmet club. Is it?
Gourmet dinners at people's houses.
Now, are you married, sir?
I am.
Okay, and what does your wife do for a living?
She's an attorney.
What kind of attorney?
Specialty is real estate, estate, corporate, and bankruptcy.
Estate planning?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you speak with Donna or Harvey on the day that Charlie was convicted?
No.
How about the next day?
Yes.
Without telling us what they said, did you and your wife go to their residence in Miami?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, can you describe Donna for us?
She was distraught.
And what about Harvey?
Harley was like in shock.
Now, prior to this, you indicated that you had traveled with my client and her husband. Did you travel extensively on your own?
Well, we went on cruises, and then we did there was 13 of us, did I guess 2 weeks in Israel.
Okay. Were you somewhat savvier than they when it comes to booking travel?
Oh yeah, I've been to 75 countries around the world.
Okay. And were you asked to assist them in any way on November 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And specifically, what were you asked to do?
Initially, I helped Donna with the visa, and then when we were done applying for the visa, Donna took Susan to show her the dress that she bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah, and then she asked Harvey to sit down with me and make plane reservations.
Okay. When you sat down to assist with the reservations, what did you discover?
The ironic thing was that the round trip was a fraction more than one way, and I suggested, since you don't know when you're coming back until sometime in January, book a one-way. And I remember commenting to Harvey, I said, I'd be willing to bet it's cheaper to fly from Vietnam to the United States than it is from the United States to Vietnam.
Now, let's back up a little bit. Let's talk about the visa. Were there options that were given when selecting which visa to apply for?
To my recollection, there was only two options, a 30-day or a 90-day.
Do you know why the 90-day was selected?
Well, I said they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
And do you remember if the visa that was applied for only allowed them to come into the country once, or did it allow them to come into the country multiple times?
I'm not aware.
Now, you indicated that they were coming back for their grandson's bar mitzvah?
Yes.
Okay. Why, if you know, why were they wanting to get out of town?
Well, unfortunately, they were barraged by the media. Unfortunately, they live in a condo, so they didn't let them in. And they were afraid to leave the building.
To your knowledge, had the Adelsons been to Vietnam in the past?
Yes.
And they found it to be relaxing?
To my knowledge, I was there. I thought it was a great country, great people, great food.
Now, although you are the one that suggested the one-way ticket, who booked the flight?
Harvey.
To your knowledge, were they free to travel?
They told us when we got there that their attorney said they had no restrictions in traveling.
Can you describe the type of mother and grandmother that you observed Donna to be?
Well, Donna was the ultimate Jewish mother, not unlike my wife, that was very involved in their children and grandchildren's lives. I think Donna maybe was a little more involved in her grandchildren because of the situation of grandsons losing their father, Wendy working, and also they live close by, Donna and Harvey in South Beach.
So, am I hearing you correctly? You would describe Donna as a typical Jewish grandmother
More than typical,
and a typical Jewish mother?
yes.
At the time that you were assisting them on November 7th of 2023 with the travel, had they decided when they were coming back from Vietnam?
They were undecided, other than the fact that they were gonna, whether it was prior to the bar mitzvah or just before the bar mitzvah, they didn't know how long they were gonna be gone.
But they were coming back for the bar mitzvah.
Oh, definitely. They wouldn't miss it for the world.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Sir, at the time that the travel was booked, the bar mitzvah was less than 90 days away, right?
It was in January.
Do you recall giving a deposition? It was by Zoom, but I was present, August 29th, 2024.
Vaguely.
And in that deposition, weren't you asked, so did you make any of the decisions when to travel or how to travel, or were you just the conduit to the technology? And your answer was the conduit for the technology.
Yes.
But today you're saying you're the one that suggested that they fly one way.
Objection, Your Honor. Proper impeachment.
Overruled.
Isn't that right?
Well, to me, that's part of being the conduit, just suggesting.
You were there because you were more computer savvy than Harvey or Donna, right?
I was there that day.
Yes, sir. To help with the computer is what you said in the deposition.
Well, once we got there, I was there because my wife had done estate planning for them.
Donna ran the dental office, the practice, but she's not computer savvy. Are you kidding me? Bruh. This is ridiculous. This is, I don't know where to put this. I don't want to put it on the top of his head, but I don't want it cutting off his chin either. This is ridiculous. Do you really expect us to believe this, sir? This makes no sense.
Okay, but what you did in reference to the travel planning was help with the computer.
Yes,
Because you were more computer savvy than these two.
correct.
Okay. But today you're saying you suggested the one-way flight, right?
I just offered my suggestion.
Okay. And you said
Neat says, I think the defense may have made some headway with his statement about the one way. If it was strictly from a cost perspective, perhaps. However, to continue to testify that they were unsure of when they were coming back, but they were definitely coming back because they wanted to make it to the bar mitzvah, knowing that the bar mitzvah was less than 90 days away, then that by default means they knew when they were coming back. They knew when the bar mitzvah was scheduled. They knew when the bar mitzvah was supposed to happen. So therefore, if they were going to move heaven and earth, they wouldn't have missed it for the world. Then by default, then they knew when they had to be back by. If we're talking about whether it was a couple of days before or a couple of weeks before, still, you have to give the airlines at least 2 weeks notice. The shorter in time it is, the shorter notice you give, the more expensive the ticket is. So if the whole reason was to save money, then it doesn't make any sense. So I'm sorry, Neat. I disagree. I love you, babe, but I just disagree.
that Donna Adelson is a typical Jewish grandmother. Does a typical Jewish grandmother suggest dressing her grandchildren up in Nazi uniforms?
Not to my knowledge.
No further questions.
For your right examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you say that you are more travel savvy than Donna and Harvey Adelson?
Before he answers that, Neat would like to clarify her statement, which I always allow. Neat says, not saying I buy it, just that it could mean something to the jury. It could. You're not wrong there. I can't argue that. All right, let's keep going.
I would say yes.
And when you were deposed on August 29th of 2024, did Ms. Kappelman ask you if you made any suggestions about a one-way ticket or a round-trip ticket?
I don't remember.
Okay. Would it be helpful if I showed you a copy of your deposition transcript?
Surely.
I'm going to show page 11, lines 12 through 17.
I don't think the jury's buying it either.
You want me to read which one?
If you could just read page 11, which is where you're on, lines 12 through 17.
12, question, okay.
To yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Did Ms. Kappelman ask if you made any decisions?
No.
Well, she asked if you made decisions, but you did not make decisions, did you?
No.
You made suggestions.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Will this witness need to be retained, or is he released?
He's released, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Please call your next witness.
Susan?
The defense would call Tarana Khan.
Oh, my bad. Susan's not next. Also, I feel like this witness could have been called before lunch. These were fairly short questions. Yes, Jesse. I agree. Jesse said the defense feels like they're coaching, winking at, and elbow bumping these witnesses metaphorically. It's a very important distinction to make, especially on the tubes. And also now we know who the seats were reserved for. Oh, I don't know what let's see. She brought a whole folder.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Tarana Khan. Last name is Khan.
And Ms. Khan, how are you employed currently?
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defenders of the Middle District of Georgia.
And what is that what do those job responsibilities entail?
What I do is I go down three different, the male side and the maternal and paternal side of the families, and I investigate all of the issues. I don't do fact investigation, and I also do the mental evaluations not the evaluations, but I go back, doing all the records and get all the things together, present it to the courts, so we can try to get a lesser sentence for our clients.
Okay. And that's with a habeas unit?
Not right now. I'm just with the Middle District of Georgia. But I was doing that with the habeas here in Tallahassee.
Okay. And how long have you been in your current role in the Middle District of Georgia?
1 year in Georgia.
Okay. Prior to that, did you work for the Federal Defender's Office here in the Northern District of Florida?
I did, the Capital Habeas Unit.
And can you tell us what you did there, please?
Yes, I did investigation, went to talk to clients, all their families. It was more of a fact investigation at that point.
Okay. And so that entailed
I think she's part of the pre-sentencing investigation that's done.
you going out at the direction of the attorneys that you worked with, interviewing individuals,
Correct.
gathering records,
Yes,
and that included individuals that were in custody, correct?
correct,
And preparing reports
correct.
and presenting that to whom?
The attorneys.
Okay. Did it also bring you to have occasion to testify in court ever?
No,
No. Now, how long were you employed with the Northern District of Florida Federal Defender's Office?
from 2016 until July 2022.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have an associate's in paralegal, a bachelor's in legal studies, and I've studied sociology, and I've earned a certificate in that.
Okay. And when did you complete your bachelor's?
In 2000, around 2014, maybe?
Now, in between working for the Federal Defender's Office in the Northern District of Florida and the Federal Defender's Office in the Middle District of Georgia, did you work as a licensed private investigator in Florida?
After I left the Federal Defender's Office in Tallahassee, yes.
Okay. And how long did you do that for?
Since 2022, and I never, I guess, stopped. I just took the job in, for the Federal Middle District of Georgia and left.
Okay. And as a licensed private investigator, were you retained by my office to interview an individual by the name of Patricia Bird?
Yes,
And where was she located?
in the Leon County Jail,
Okay. How many times did you meet with Miss Bird?
once,
And that was at the Leon County Jail?
yes.
And do you remember when that was?
I want to say January, can I look?
If it'll help refresh your memory,
Okay.
sure.
I don't know. I feel like I suppose there are some people that you could meet once and get a really good general impression, but mostly you need to meet more than
Bird
once.
was on January 24th.
2025?
Correct, sorry.
And when you interviewed Miss Bird, did you tell Miss Bird that Mrs. Adelson was going to pay her for her testimony?
No,
Okay. Specifically, did you tell Miss Bird that Donna Adelson was going to buy her a piece of land?
no,
What about a trailer?
no,
What about veneers for her teeth?
no,
What about a small vehicle for her and her children?
no,
Okay. Did Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson had offered those items to her?
no,
Did Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to any portion of the crimes with which Mrs. Adelson is charged in? Mrs. Adelson confessed to her.
no.
Did you ask her?
Just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. Kahn, prior to interviewing Ms. Bird on January 24th, 2025, did you meet with or speak with Donna Adelson?
No,
Have you ever met with or spoken with Donna Adelson?
no,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Why did you interview Miss Bird?
I was given a list of names to interview.
By defense counsel?
Correct.
Okay. And she was not a state witness at that time, right?
I wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know. Would it refresh your memory to see a copy of the state's amended discovery when we did list her as a witness?
I didn't see that. I wouldn't have seen that.
Okay, so that wouldn't help you to know when she was amended as a witness in the case?
I wouldn't have known it. No.
Okay, so you were not asked to go there because she was a state's witness. I'll just put it
No,
that way.
no.
All right.
So then why? Why was she? Why did you go and interview
And
them?
did
Why were you
record the interview
asked?
with Ms. Bird?
No.
The SAO investigators were able to record their interview with her. Why didn't you when you interviewed her?
I wasn't asked to do that.
Asked by who?
The attorneys.
So they didn't ask you to do it?
They didn't ask me to record it, no.
Okay. Could you have taken a recorder and recorded it though?
Had I requested for the jail to permit me to take a recorder in there.
The jail does allow that.
I don't know, I didn't ask.
Okay. If you get permission in your experience, is it typical for
Correct, yes.
jails to allow you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Just a second.
I don't think this is helpful either.
Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Yeah, this is not helpful to Donna at all. So just so everybody's on the same page, Miss Bird was a jail informant. Okay. She testified. And yet she was not a witness. She was not notified. She was not noticed as a state's witness until after this interview in January of 2025 took place. So why would they go and interview her? What purpose did they send? Why did the defense team send a private investigator to interview this jailhouse person, this person in jail with Donna? Why? I think that they expected her to tell a different story.
Ms. Collins, since you didn't ask for permission to take a recording device into the jail when you met with Ms. Bird, how did you take accurate notes?
As I was speaking with them, I wrote everything down that they were saying to me.
Okay.
So I did pen and paper.
Pen to paper. And had the state requested those through the discovery process, you would have been able to produce those.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Will this witness need to be recalled or retained for any reason?
We retain her, but she's free to go on about her business.
You may step down, Ms. Khan. If you are recalled by the attorneys, they will let you know. Do not discuss your testimony with any other person. Please call your next witness.
Eddie Varnes.
Rachel says, and why wouldn't all interviews be recorded? Exactly. Here's what I think. I think that Donna told her attorneys, hey, come and interview this chick, right? She's got something important to tell you. And I think what had happened, I think the attorney said, yes, go and interview. But when I don't know what she told the investigator because nobody's asked that question, but I suspect that she didn't say what they thought she was going to say. And so, or whatever she said, they didn't feel like it was helpful or they were going to use her. And that's why she didn't go a second time. And that's why she didn't record the interview. Because there were, and I cannot remember their names, but there was a couple of women who were in jail with Donna who were going to be called as defense witnesses, and Donna wanted them deposed like ASAP, if I remember correctly. There was a whole pretrial hearing kerfuffle around all of that because they were concerned that they wouldn't show up for court or that they may return to using substances and therefore their testimony wouldn't be admissible, all of that.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you, sir.
Please adjust the microphone as you need to.
We'll do it. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Eddie Varnes. Excuse me, E-D-D-I-E. Last name V as in Victor, A-R-N-E-S.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a private investigator.
How long have you been a private investigator?
I've been a private investigator on my own for 10 years. Prior to that, total 27 years.
27 years as a private investigator?
Yes, 27 years as an investigator. The last, yes.
My pen ran out of ink.
Rachel asks if Donna was
What
in
type
fact
of casework do you handle?
offered a plea. I've heard it both ways, and I'll have to look. I'll have to go back and look because I feel like my gut instinct is to say that it's just a rumor. It's not been substantiated, but then I also feel at the same time maybe it was substantiated and I've blocked it out.
Mostly criminal at this point in time. I also do insurance, civil stuff and insurance, but I've been exclusively pretty much criminal for about the last 10 years.
How do you get your work?
I market. I have my own company. I try to market and get work, and that's how you do it. That's all I can say.
Were you retained as a private investigator by Mrs. Adelson's original attorneys?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
May of 2024.
Now, I want to specifically direct you to when you were asked to speak with an individual by the name of Patricia Bird.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when that was?
That was August 30th, 2024.
Okay. And what did you go to the jail to meet with her?
Yes, sir. I received a call from prior defense counsel saying there may be a person that has information on the case. He gave me the name, so at that point I had traveled to Leon County Jail, got there about 11 o'clock, and then was able to meet with Miss Bird.
Okay. Now, there are different kinds of visits that you can do at the jail. How did you meet with her?
I met with her in an attorney booth.
Okay, so you don't need to schedule an appointment for that?
No, sir.
Okay, just normal business hours?
Yes, sir.
And tell us, without telling us what was said, how did the conversation go?
Basically, I met her and I introduced myself and explained to her who I was. And I said, you understand you might have some information on the case? And she said yes.
And she might have some information on Donna Adelson's case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did she have information about?
She told me she had some information about what Katie Magbanua had stated to her back in 2020.
Ah.
When we were incarcerated together.
Okay. I remember now. All right. So This Miss Patricia Bird was supposed to, okay, I remember this now. Apparently, the accusation by Miss Bird is that Katherine Magbanua, when she was housed in the Leon County Jail pending her testimony in Charlie Adelson's trial, it's all coming back to me. Stand back, y'all. The synapses have all fired. All right. When Katherine Magbanua was in the Leon County Jail pending her testimony in Charlie Adelson's trial, according to this witness, to Patricia Bird, apparently what she had said was she told the investigator that Katie Magbanua had said that she was going to get the Adelsons watch and see. That's what it was about. I remember now. She said they were all going down.
Now, did she tell you that Donna Adelson offered her any sort of compensation to testify in her case?
No, sir.
Okay. Specifically, did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a trailer for that piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you Miss Adelson offered to buy her a vehicle?
No, sir.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No, sir.
So she didn't tell you any of those things that Donna Adelson, that she is saying Donna Adelson offered?
Absolutely not.
Did she tell you that Donna Adelson confessed to her?
Absolutely not.
Well, Double M, thank you so much. Double M says, always great to have you covering trials. Thank you, whoever gifted me a membership. That was me. You're welcome. I hope you enjoy it. Listen, why would they say that? Why would Miss Bird tell Donna Adelson's private investigator that Donna confessed, or that Donna was going to give her veneers or land or vehicles or whatever the hell was promised? Why, if that would negate her testimony? And it's my understanding that the only way that Donna would give her those things, if in fact that's what she did, right, would be if she testified. If she doesn't testify and doesn't testify to that fact, then Donna ain't going to give her nothing. See how that works, defense attorney? This is ridiculous.
Did you record your interview with Miss Bird?
I was instructed by prior defense counsel to not record the interview. That wasn't unusual because we spoke to I spoke to several prior inmates throughout those 2 or 3 months. So to answer your question, no, sir, I did not record the interview.
Now, did Miss Bird talk extensively about Miss Magbanua?
Yes, she did.
Did she say that Donna Adelson told her to say those things?
No, absolutely not.
Why would she?
Miss Bird,
Why would she? Why would the jury has common sense, you guys? Why would this witness tell Donna's own investigator that this was all a ruse, that this was poppycock, that this was concocted on behalf of Donna Adelson in lieu, because she was promised everything under the sun, including veneers? Of course she wouldn't, because then she wouldn't get it. Duh and or hello.
know who Donna Adelson was prior to meeting Miss Adelson?
No, she did not.
Had she heard the name Donna Adelson?
No, she didn't. She actually told me when she met her.
When
in the jail, like she never heard of Donna's name. At that, she met her like maybe 4 weeks earlier inside the jail at that point in time.
Now, when...
Oh, this is going fantastic, and I love this for you. She met her 4 weeks earlier. Do you know how much talking can be done in a jail in a month? Bruh.
Bird is telling you about Miss Magbanua. Did you caution her in any way about her cooperating on Donna's behalf?
Yes, sir, I did. She told me what she told me, and then I said, Miss Bird, you know, the state's going to, you know, if you're a potential witness in this case, you're going to be put on the stand. They're going to say you were given something to say this. Our client told you to say this. And she said, absolutely not. They can say that all they want. That's the truth.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna told her to say anything other than what was true?
No.
Was it your understanding that she was waiting for a plea offer in her own case?
She made mention to me that I asked her about her charges. I wanted to get to know her a little bit. So she told me why she was in. And we discussed that a little bit. And then she said, I'm expecting an offer soon.
That was what she said, expecting an offer soon?
I'm expecting an offer from the state soon.
And that was just over a year ago?
Yes, sir. That was August 30th, 2024.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Plea negotiations happen all of the time. All the time. In fact, didn't Brian Kohberger, we were just talking about this not long ago, didn't Brian Kohberger write some paper talking about how frequently
Nothing further at this time?
cases go to plea deal? Oh, this is not going good for you, Donna. This is all you got, girl. You are host. Better come with something more special.
So, Mr. Varnes, you said that you interviewed Miss Bird because Donna Adelson's prior defense counsel said that this may be a person who has information.
That's correct.
But that was prior to July 25 when the state listed Patricia Bird as a possible witness for the state, right?
That was August 30th, 2024.
Okay. So in August of 24, the defense, for some reason, would have thought this person may have information and gone to you to interview them.
Correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about this, but you said you did not record your interview with her?
No.
Okay. You could have taken a recorder, like a pocket recorder, into the jail and recorded it, right?
I
If
could
they'd
have,
asked
but I
you
was
to.
instructed not to record the statement.
Yes, sir. Now, after hearing this statement about how Magbanua basically lied on the Adelsons, killed Dan Markel just to extort them for their money, is that right?
That's not exactly right, but you're in the ballpark, but that's not exactly what she told me.
Okay, can you tell me again exactly what she told you?
Yeah, I'm going to refer back to my report a little bit, if that's okay. I spoke Patricia, and she said that they were sitting at a table talking about the case, and then Bird quoted the following that Magbanua had told her, and that was, after we had him killed, we tried to get the money because we knew her boyfriend and family had a lot of money. We knew that they had money because the family offered the man $1 million apiece to move to South Florida. So at that time, Patricia, and Katie, said, why not kill him and get the money ourselves? So then Bird replied with, girl, that's crazy as hell. That's extortion. And Katie replied to her and said, my kid's got to be raised and go to college as well.
So I have a question about that. So according to what you say Bird told you,
yes,
Bird used the word extortion. That's the word Patricia Bird used.
Yes, ma'am.
That Magbanua used.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you heard this story, that would be very helpful, right, to Donna Adelson's case. Did you call her prior defense counsel and say, listen to what this lady's telling me? Can I have permission to record this? Can I do a recorded interview with her? This is going to be very important. You didn't do that, did you?
I did call them immediately when I left the jail, and I sent them an email with my summary within an hour.
Okay. Did you ask to go then do a recorded interview with her so you would have evidence of that?
No, I didn't ask.
Okay. And did they ask you to?
They didn't ask me. No, I told them what they told me, and if they have any additional instructions for me, I'll gladly go do what they asked me to do.
All right. Now, if Miss Bird, after all that, do you know why the defense never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
I don't know the specific reason. I'm not the attorneys on the case. That's
Do
their
you know
job.
why these attorneys never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
State allow the witness to answer the question before cutting off, please.
Ms. Dugan, please wait for him to finish the answer.
Just repeat, please.
Do you know why either defense counsel never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
I have no idea.
You were hired by prior defense counsel, you said?
That's correct.
Okay, and you did charge for your services?
I did charge for my services, yes, ma'am.
That's all, thank you.
For your examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
This is absolutely terrible. This is not helping at all. It looks shady AF. Jesse, bingo. None of these witnesses brought receipts. Come on now. Are we supposed to sit here and believe that if any of these attorneys thought that there was any type of credibility to this statement whatsoever, they would not have brought the receipts? Of course they would have. Of course they would have. Hold on a minute. Excuse me, sir. This is Donna's brain right now. Fuck. That is all.
Just asked you, according to what you say Bird said to you, isn't that, in fact, what Miss Bird said to you, not just what you claim?
No, that's exactly what she said to me.
Okay. And you've been working in this industry.
So why didn't you call Miss Bird? Crime Crochet and Coiffe. This witness is a private investigator who was hired to speak to Patricia Bird, the jailhouse informant who relayed to him that Katherine Magbanua did in fact kill Dan Markel to extort the Adelson family. And that's who she would, and this private investigator was hired by Dan Rashbaum, Donna's former attorney, same attorney who represented Charlie Adelson. That's, here we go.
For how many years?
No, I would object to improper bolstering, Judge.
Sustained.
Judge, the state attacked his credibility.
We're not doing speeding objections. I will ask your next question.
Would it surprise you, sir, to learn that contrary to what the state implied,
Don't y'all worry, I finna rewind. We're gonna hear that again. All right, here we go. Let's hear it all.
attacked his credibility?
We're not doing
Hold on.
In fact, what Miss Bird said to you, not just what you claim.
No, that's exactly what she said to me.
Okay. And you've been working in this industry for how many years?
No, I would object to improper bolstering, Judge.
Sustained.
Judge, the state attacked his credibility.
We're not doing speeding objections. I will ask your next question.
Would it surprise you, sir, to learn that contrary to what the state implied,
Objection to relevance as to what he would be surprised by.
Overruled. Please let him finish his question first before you object.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would it surprise you to learn that prior defense counsel in fact listed Patricia Bird on the witness list that they submitted prior to this case being set for trial September of 2024?
Would that surprise me? No.
Okay. And so, contrary to what Ms. Dugan indicated on cross-examination, it was your understanding that Ms. Bird was listed as a defense witness.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
She might have been listed as a witness by Dan Rashbaum, but she wasn't. Oh, wait, no, 2024 was these guys. Never mind. I stand corrected. I stand corrected. This is not helpful at all. The jury, if I am the jury, I'm rolling my eyes in my head. I'm not going to actually do it because
Will
that's
this
rude.
witness be recalled
Let's see what
by
else
the
they got.
jury?
He'll be retained, but he's free to go about his business.
Mr. Varnes, do not discuss your testimony with any other person. You may step down.
Sir, thank you.
Please call your next witness.
Today, call your next witness today, bro. I mean, are you going to call it where we can hear it? Jackie, you going to call it? What's happening here? No? Oh, okay. Guess we're all just going to sit here and pretend like the judge didn't just ask you to call your next witness. You're just going to go on about your business. Who's this? We don't know. Because they just went and got him, didn't call him. Unless I missed it.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may.
So Creative Mind says this was still rash bomb. Why are they still able to use it? Because when when you change counsel for whatever reason, okay, prior counsel is to turn over their work product to new counsel, and that's why it's still part of the defense.
Take your seat. The attorneys can approach briefly for one moment.
Yeah, can the attorneys be instructed to actually call the damn witness? Can that happen, please? It's so rude. The YouTube creators would really enjoy being able to hold on a minute. What's happened here? Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. There's a problem. Hold on. They've dismissed the jury. The jury is gone.
Everyone can be seated. Sir, I'm going to need you to step down from the witness stand and step outside the courtroom doors.
This is an issue. Oh dear. I'm going to have to go back and listen, J. Rose.
Once the rule of sequestration is invoked, it applies equally to both parties. How long was he sitting in the back of the courtroom watching the defense case?
I was not aware he was here, Your Honor. Our assistant was trying to find him. I went in the hallway looking for him. I didn't see him before we called the witness that he sat in here for. She sent him a text message asking him where he was because we were concerned he was not here, and that was about 1:30. I believe, based on speaking to my assistant, that he was present during all or part of Ms. Khan's testimony, which is completely unrelated to his very limited scope in this case.
State, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
You have an answer.
Oh dear. Uh-oh.
What is the substance of the testimony to be offered?
The substance of the testimony is a home search with Mr. and Mrs. Adelson and Dan Markel.
He's a realtor, Your Honor.
The bailiff has informed me that he was present for 15 to 20 minutes. I'm not entirely sure how this testimony would relate to other matters that we've gone over. We need a moment to determine if the witness should be permitted to testify.
He shouldn't be.
We'll take a brief break. 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Look, here's the deal. This is the thing about courtrooms. This is the thing about judges, okay? They don't like their time to be wasted, and they don't like their orders to be ignored. If there is a rule of sequestration order in place, which there is, it is highly disrespectful to ignore it. I don't give a rat's fat kneecap what he heard and whether or not it's relevant to the case, meaning it has, he's going to testify about looking for homes. Okay, that really doesn't have anything to do with what the witness that he listened to testified to. Okay. However, it's disrespectful AF. And as Donna Adelson's representatives, her attorneys should have impressed upon the witness that he is not to sit in the gallery prior to his testimony. All right, hold on a second. They're going to let him, spoiler alert, apparently. I want to hear what the judge has to say. Mac, I want to hear what the judge has to say, not you, bro. Hold on. Can y'all hear them playing around, running back and forth? Come on. All right, here we go. Did y'all hear him? Him and Alice are playing tag.
Everyone can be seated.
Violet had...
Examine Mr. Kelly when you're ready.
Okay, Violet said that Donna looked Candy Striper chic today, and I cannot get that out of my brain. It's stuck, and it's all I can see now. All right, let's go.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Kelly, this is going to be very brief. Could you please tell the jury your name and then spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Tim Kelly, T-I-O, last name K-E-L-L-Y.
All right, and what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a realtor.
And is that what your occupation was back in 2011?
Yes,
Did you have the pleasure of knowing a young man named Dan Markel?
I did.
At some point in November of 2011, were you contacted by Mr. Markel about seeing some homes?
Yeah, I'm not positive on the date, but if that's the date, yes, he did contact me about some homes.
Would it refresh your memory if you were able to look at the email communications?
Yeah, I can't remember if yeah, that's fine.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yep, great. Yes, 2011.
Is that November 2011?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And when he contacted you and you were making arrangements to look at homes, were those homes were you looking for a home in particular for his in-laws, Donna and Harvey Adelson?
Correct.
And were arrangements made for you to show homes?
Yes.
And did you in fact show homes?
Yes.
And who was present when you showed the homes? Who was with you?
I believe it was the Adelsons, both of them, the husband and wife, and Dan, and I believe Wendy and the boys, both boys, or just one boy. I can't remember who was there at the time, but okay. I think we had to make arrangements between, cars or so.
Okay. Was it one time that you took them out or more?
I believe it was just one time.
Okay. And did you show them homes in the Tallahassee area?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. And did they end up purchasing any of the homes that you showed them?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you refer them to another realtor that you know named Lisa Carey to look at homes?
I did not refer them to Lisa Carey. No,
okay.
That was not.
That was not you?
No.
Do you work with Miss Carey?
I did at the time. We were a team.
Okay.
At one point, and I think we were still a team, and we probably were not in 2011.
Okay.
But no.
Okay. Can you hold on just one second, please?
Mm-hmm.
Just briefly, when you came to the courthouse today, did you come and sit inside the courtroom?
I did.
And did you observe and listen to some of the testimony?
I heard the end of the testimony that was being said.
Was it a male or a female?
Female.
Okay. Is there anything about the testimony that you heard that has affected your testimony as to these small issues on looking at a home?
No, no.
All right, nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Kelly?
Hey.
So you showed these houses to the Donna and Harvey Adelson at Dan Markel's request?
Correct.
And was the thought that they would have more space, be able to stay up here for longer periods of time visiting Dan Markel and his family?
I believe that was it, yes.
Okay. And that was in 2011, you said?
According to the emails, yeah.
So Dan Markel and Wendy Adelson were still together at that time?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if they got divorced in summer or fall 2012, your interaction would have been about a year before that?
Correct.
And about 2 years before Halloween of 2013, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Redirect from the witness.
No, Judge.
You may step down, Mr. Kelly. Please call your next witness.
Defense would call Detective Joshua Turner.
Detective Turner, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You may adjust the microphone as you need to.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Josh Turner. I'm a deputy with the Leon County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with the Leon County Sheriff's Office?
Since September of 2016.
And during your time with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, can you tell the jury a little bit about what assignments you have worked?
Yes, I was in 2019 a field training officer, and then in 2020 I transferred into the Criminal Investigations Division at the Sheriff's Office. I worked in property crimes, auto crimes, and violent crimes.
Okay. And in your role as a detective with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, did you come to interview an inmate by the name of Drina Bernhardt?
I did.
And did you meet with her on December 18th of 2024?
I did.
Okay, and subsequent to that, did you notify the state attorney's office that Ms. Bernhardt had information concerning Donna Adelson?
I did.
And did you then attend a recorded interview with Ms. Bernhardt at the state attorney's office?
Yes.
During that interview, did she indicate what, if any, steps, and by she I'm referring to Ms. Bernhardt, took in when she was speaking with Ms. Adelson in the pod at the Leon County Detention Center?
She said that she was speaking to Ms. Adelson throughout the day and sitting in front of a camera at the detention facility.
She specifically stated that she situated herself and Ms. Adelson so that they would be picked up on the surveillance footage?
I'm not sure the exact wording, but yes.
Something to that effect?
Correct.
Okay, so this is this testimony is probably going to be used to impeach the jailhouse informant. I believe the one that was offered the piano. But I promised Chicky Nuggy we would make this cake, and I don't know what her parents have planned this afternoon. So I'm going to end this and make this cake with Chicky Nuggy. I'll be back tonight. We'll recap all of this, this gentleman's testimony, because I do want to hear it, but I made promises, and Granny's got to keep their promises. That's part of the deal. So I'm going to let you guys go for now. I appreciate everybody being here, and I hope to see you guys back tonight. Please. All right, you guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you tonight. All right. Bye.